Hello, 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 hello. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Lucy is staring at me. We just got in and I forgot she wants a treat now. Y'all ready to watch paint dry? Most exciting moment of the day. All right. All right. Out of breath. Trying to run up here and get back, get everything done, get life going. Fresh as a daisy. All right. So we have, I left this up from yesterday so we know exactly where we left off so that we weren't trying to guess again. So I never even closed out the browser so that way I can make sure we didn't do it. So when we left off yesterday, this guy was running toward the exit to get as far away from having to talk about 6 to 8 inches and being rigid as he could. So we are going to go straight into that.
On the day of March 29th.
Okay. Do you see what just happened? This is my life. I hit play. And then he's running away. And then all of a sudden, I didn't touch anything. And it skips. This is my life. All right. Let me see if I can find where we were. This is my life. All right. Was it him? Was he the one that was just running away? It was him that was running away. I specifically did that so that I wouldn't have to go through this. And this is how. We haven't seen this guy yet, right? Oh, yeah. Kelly P., I saw this. For our Hollywood trial, I saw your email where they subpoenaed Drew Carey. Since those are being released in such short things, we're going to get a couple of those together before we watch them.
He's
almost for affirm that the evidence which you shall give to the court and jury in the case on hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God and Jesus so affirm.
Oh yeah, I did write down the timestamp. $127.
Good morning.
Okay, so this is right. So we're right. All right.
Jury, spell your first and last name for us.
Gene Oz, first name's Gene, last name's O.S.
And where do you currently live, sir?
I currently live in North Myrtle Beach, South Carolina.
Can I infer from that you may be retired?
I did retire last year, fortunately.
Was that fortunate or unfortunate?
Fortunately.
Fortunate. Okay, just to be clear.
Yeah.
And could you please tell the jury what field or line of work you retired from?
Paramedic firefighter. I was a lieutenant in Granby Fire Department up until August of last year.
Thank you, Benny Doug.
2021. I retired then, and I've been doing that for a number of years.
Jenkins found guilty.
From the beginning, and could you please explain to the jury what sort of education or training you achieved which led you into that field?
Okay, in '93, I decided to go into the field, and I went to Springfield College, started my education there as a basic EMT. I did Springfield College in '93. I worked full-time at the same time as a dispatcher at Commonwealth Ambulance. Then I went on to the intermediate program. I worked as an EMT and a dispatcher for Commonwealth and Charter Ambulance. Not long after American Medical Response came into the area and bought everybody that was standing. So I changed over to AMR. I went to paramedic school in 95 to 96. Took the year-long didactic classroom portion then, and then went on to my field internship after that. I received my national and state certification in 97, beginning of 97 as a medic.
Was there anything in particular in your own life experience which led you to gravitate toward this field?
I just wanted to help people and do what I could to help people. I was a manufacturer's rep before that.
I didn't even get his name.
A little bit different.
And I believe you've used terms like EMT intermediate, and paramedic, correct?
Correct.
Are those three different levels or ranks, so to speak, of within your
Yes.
field?
Yes, it's additional training for each level. Basic EMT gives you basic life support skills. As you go into intermediate, you enter
volume
in with,
boosted.
IV therapy.
You try to boost it
What
more.
we call intubation, where you can put a breathing tube down somebody's airway into their trachea and protect their airway and breathe for them. And a few other skills to assist a paramedic. And then as a paramedic, you have everything. You have the monitors, you have the 12-lead interpretation, you have everything you learned before, and you get all the drugs and narcotics that go with it to treat whatever comes up that you might run into.
It shows it's not
Now,
available.
within the fields of being a paramedic, and also you said you also work in the fire department.
Correct.
Are there any sort of physical prerequisites or testing or strength requirements in those fields?
You start out with you have to have how do I put it, a PAT, a physical aptitude test prior to getting hired. Everybody has to pass that to have a minimum physical standard. Then most people go to the state fire academy. Right now we have 3 across the state, but you go to one of those and do a 10, 12, 14-week program, whatever it is at the time you think you win. It changes a lot. And you learn all your firefighting skills, because firefighting requires a lot of strength and durability. And most people are in fairly good shape when they first get through the academy to
Yes, Your Honor.
get to.
Sorry.
This is based on his own personal knowledge, or
Most people. So I'm just going to strike that most people are. You can ask, perhaps just ask another question.
when it comes to firefighting, sir, I believe you mentioned a moment ago that requires some degree of strength.
Yes, it
And
does.
why is that?
We carry a lot of equipment. We have to carry an SCBA on our back, which is 40, 45 pounds. In order to go into certain situations with that, we have to be able to throw ladders, extricate people, everything that involves being a firefighter.
Within the field of EMTs and paramedics, are there also tasks or duties that require some degree of strength?
Almost everything we do, because we deal with a lot of extrication.
Overruled.
Continue, sir.
In the field of EMS, emergency medical services, everybody deals with extrication, picking people up off the floor, the elderly on the floor, getting people on a stretcher, getting people out of motor vehicle accidents. It's just the nature of the beast. We have to do those things. It's the only way to get them into our vehicle, to get them to the hospital that we're taking them to.
So within the field of emergency medical services, I believe you mentioned that you worked for AMR at some point, correct?
Correct.
And what roles, if any, did you fulfill at AMR?
I was a field medic up until, quite frankly, the towers coming down in 2001. When the towers came down, not long after, I was promoted to operations supervisor. So I was a field operations supervisor. It was a very large operation. We covered Springfield, Hoyle, East Longmeadow, Hamden. We had roughly 40 to 45 trucks on the road every day, ambulances, not trucks. It was a very, very large operation, and continues to be.
Now, when you became a paramedic, I believe you mentioned that there was a year-long class, correct?
Correct.
Were there also any internships required in that?
500-hour plus internship in Bay State Medical Center and Mercy Medical Center. That was for me, the local Springfield College. And then once we did the 500 plus hours internship in the hospital, we had to do another 250 or 300 in the field, working on the ambulance as a field internship. And we got signed off on all our skills so many skills are required to do in the field. And it's whatever the state and the national laid out, we have to do.
Any sort of exams or certifications required along the way?
Well, we had to have, obviously, our basic life support certification, CPR, AED use, advanced cardiac life support, pediatric advanced life support. And then we had the final exam for the state and the national, which got you your certification, so you could start.
Now, during your career, did you also have the opportunity to engage in any sort of teaching or training?
I did, and I still do teach all of the above. I still teach basic life support, advanced cardiac life support, pediatric life support. I'm an adjunct faculty at Bay State Medical Center, so I routinely teach all that. I continue to do that now. That's mostly what I do in the field, is teaching.
Okay, I found his name. I just
No.
pinned it.
Within your field, to become a paramedic and the education that you received along the way, what specific topics did you receive education in? And specifically, if I could turn your attention to human anatomy, was that covered?
Anatomy and physiology was covered. I actually took a anatomy and physiology course at Stick prior to becoming my basic EMT, just because it all went along. So yes, we had to know anatomy, physiology, how the body works, what happens to certain processes. Yes.
Did part of your education include signs of death?
Yes.
And why would signs of death be relevant or important within your field?
Because we deal with dead bodies and dead people all the time. It's just nature of life. So when we go out in the field as a paramedic, as you can imagine, we deal with whatever's in front of us. We get a call, we go to it, whether they're alive in certain conditions. We have state and regional protocols that we have to follow for everything we do. So somebody's coughing, okay, what do you do for coughing? You follow the protocol down. If somebody appears to be lifeless, what are you going to do? We follow a certain protocol to a certain area. Then we, depending on what we find, we keep going down the protocol.
Now, among these signs or indicators of death, am I correct that you're familiar with one of them being the cooling of the body,
Yes.
or I believe it's referred to as alver mortis? Have you heard that term?
Yes.
What about liver or livor mortis?
Yes.
And what do you understand that to be?
Yes, Your Honor.
Hold on, I'm about to use my trick. Oops. Look at me and my 10-second button. It's only 10 seconds though. This only moves at 5 seconds. Button's not as powerful, but at least it's there.
So returning to the topic of signs of death, did you testify earlier that that is something that you were instructed in as you progressed from EMT to EMT paramedic to become, EMT intermediate and then to paramedic?
Yes.
Do you also have firsthand experience or observation of those signs of death?
I do.
Have you attended classes on those signs of death?
I have.
Have you read written materials, articles, journals, whatnot on those topics?
Yes.
Have you attended conferences at which those topics were taught and discussed?
Yes.
And at some of those conferences, were there some guest speakers in the field,
Yes.
such as?
Medical examiners.
And
Yes, Your Honor.
can you estimate for us approximately how many times you have observed what you understand these signs of death to be in calls you responded to?
Hundreds.
So given that, sir, we already discussed how the cooling of the body could be a sign of death, am I right?
Correct.
And I asked you a question about liver mortis or livor mortis, L-I-V-O-R mortis.
Yes.
And what is your understanding of what that is?
It's the pooling of the blood in the lower area of the body, depending on what position they're in. So if they're prone on their face down, the blood will eventually pool to the bottom of where they're located.
And how will that appear from the outside?
Bluish, reddish, purplish, just the pooling of the blood. It's also called dependent lividity. Is another term for it.
Now, a third sign of death that I haven't asked you about yet, rigor mortis. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
And based upon your training, your education, your experience that you just detailed, what is your understanding of rigor mortis?
That is the stiffening of the muscles. Starts with the smaller muscles up in the mouth, the ears, things like that, the eyelids, and it progresses down to the bigger muscles.
And have you observed rigor mortis in patients at scenes you responded to over the years?
Many, many times.
And can you please give us describe to the jury the ranges or the various states of rigor mortis that you personally observed?
Virtually every state. I said as supervisor, one of my jobs was to go to any unattended death, and I had to go to the worst of the worst calls is what I did as supervisor. I was in a fly car, so I had to go there. I had to oversee those calls and make sure they were done correctly per state protocol and follow what we're supposed to do. So I've seen it many, many times. The beginning stages, just for instance, in a nursing home, somebody was there taking care of them, came back 20 minutes later, they found the patient not breathing, without a pulse. So you can see the very, very beginning signs. Some, you go to bed at night, nobody's seen Grandma Nussbaum for I don't know how long, and they go to wake her up in the morning. It's been 8 hours since they last saw her, and she's passed away. So you can see full rigor then, and yes, many ways.
So how might these affect or be relevant to when you first arrive at a scene and you're encountering a patient and you're trying to decide what you're going to do next?
Okay, once again, I'm just going to go right back to my protocol. Airway
And
breathing
once again-
circulation, or circulation airway breathing is the way we do CPR now. Do they have a pulse? Are they breathing? Are they moving? Are there any signs of death that would preclude us from doing anything, or what we call working a patient, where we would determine what our next steps are. If we feel that they're so-called workable and we're going to work the patient, we start CPR right away. That's what we want the public to do, is start CPR, circulate the blood, and give that person a chance, and then we work the patient per our protocol. Whatever it says to do next, we do next.
How do you assess a patient as to whether or not life-saving measures may be viable?
Okay, first off, right back to airway breathing circulation, or breathing airway circulation. Do they have a pulse? All right, if they do not have a pulse, are they breathing?
If I can stop you there, let me break that down a little bit. When you're trying to determine whether a patient has a pulse, how do you do that?
I will usually grab the wrist, check for a pulse in the wrist and the extremities. If there's no pulse in the extremities, I will sometimes check the carotid artery,
Which is where?
up on the side of the neck here in the little valley on the side, just closer to the heart. So if you don't feel it definitely in the distal extremities, you would mostly feel it in the core. Do that. Physically see if they're breathing. Is their chest rising or not? Is there any air coming out? We call it look, listen, and feel. So we look at the person. We have our ear to their mouth. Listen and look, listen, see if we feel anything or hear anything, and then we're watching to see if there's any chest rise or any movement at all.
What about with respect to breathing and the head positioning and the jaw in particular, the chin?
Okay. One of the things we do as paramedics is intubate people. So, we would tend to see in the smaller muscles of the mouth and things, if we need to put a breathing tube down there, we need to be able to open up the mouth. That would be something that when we go to do something like that, to ventilate them, we start with basic life support always, BLS before ALS, we say basic before advanced, just put basic airways in and try to ventilate them. If that works, that works. And then we might have to go to advanced airways later on.
So can you estimate, based upon your own experience, in what percentage of cases that you arrive at, is there some hands-on physical touching component to your assessment of a patient?
99.9%.
And why not 100?
If there's factors that are not concurrent with life, somebody's head is missing, they were hit by a train, they're in multiple pieces, transsectional, it's just obvious, there's no way, no how type, that would be that 1%.
When you arrive on scene and you're assessing a patient, does time matter?
Always,
Passage of time.
always matters. Back to basic life support. You have to have blood circulating. You cannot be 4 to 6 minutes. If you're not circulating blood, you're going to remain dead. That's why it's so important that bystander CPR is so that you just start pushing hard and fast to the center of the chest. You're moving the oxygenated blood around, which delivers blood that's already on there, whether you ventilate or not in the beginning. But it's important to get the blood circulating. So we need to do that in 4 to 6 minutes to preserve the heart and the brain. It needs oxygen.
And sir, during your own career, your own life, your own experience within the field, can you give the jury please some sense of how many calls for service you would respond to in a given year?
When I was working full-time, 1,500 to 2,000 a year, roughly.
And you maintained that pace for approximately how many years of your career?
93 until August of 2021.
And when you were the operations supervisor for AMR, did that also involve overseeing others in the field and ambulances being on the road?
That was my job. Yes.
At any one given time, how many ambulances may be out deployed responding to calls?
Then and right now, during the daytime, over 30 ambulances on the road in the city of Springfield. We had 3 or 4 in Holyoke, 1 in East Long Meadow and Hamden. It still goes on that way. It's a very busy service.
I believe you mentioned this, but just to clarify, a significant portion of your experience in this field was within the town of Brandi, am I right?
Correct.
And what specifically in Brandi, what roles did you fill?
I was a on-call paramedic in the beginning. I believe that was around 2003. I started there. I was an on-call paramedic. Later, that's where I went to full-time after I left South Hadley. I went to Granby full-time in 2018 until I retired.
And you served as the EMS director within the Brandi Fire Department, correct?
Correct.
And what type of duties and responsibilities did that carry with it?
All the normal lieutenant firefighter, everything duties, but I oversaw the billing, the QA, QI, which is a quality assurance quality. It's just basically going over the run reports, making sure the run report was done correctly, the billing was done correctly, and I handled everything that went with that.
Now, in terms of when you're responding to a scene as a paramedic, have you had occasions during your career to respond to situations that turned out to be a crime scene
Yes, I
or
have.
that appeared to be a crime scene?
Yes.
How does that affect, if at all, how you go about doing what you need to do?
Just that I'm very careful on scene. I don't want to destroy evidence or disturb evidence, and I try to be a little bit more observant in my later years as, I learned what can happen at crime scenes and what happens when you end up sitting in this chair in the courtroom, quite frankly.
Yeah, sorry, don't need to ask permission. Mr. Haas, I'd like to show you this 3-page document, which I believe you'll recognize. And what do you recognize that as?
My summary or qualifications?
Your resume, seat, curriculum vitae.
Yes.
Your Honor, could I please have this marked for identification only at this point?
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
That will be G for ID.
Your Honor, I'm about to transition into a different topic.
Thank you. So I think this would be a good time to take our morning break. So members of the jury, it's almost 11. We're going to take about a 20-minute break, so we'll see you back at 20 after 11.
We get to fast forward. All right, we're skipping forward. Fastest 20-minute break ever. Hello to those of y'all coming on in. Come on in, take a seat. Just don't say the word fresh.
Can I proceed, Your Honor?
Okay.
Thank you. Sir, I'd like to now call your attention to the evening of March 29th, 2010. Do you recall if you were working or on call or not working that evening?
I was on call for Brandi Fire Department then.
And what does being on call consist of?
At the time, the paramedic and the basic EMTs were at home. If we get toned out by the dispatch, we receive a tone saying respond to a certain location for something. I was at home. Normally, I would respond in my personal vehicle directly to the scene. The basic EMTs would go to the station, get the ambulance, and also go to the scene and meet me there.
Where were you living at the time?
In South Hadley,
And around 7:16, give or take that evening, did you receive one of those calls?
I did.
And do you recall what the nature of the call was or what information you learned?
I remember I had to go to Barton Street. I believe the number was 18 Barton Street, and respond for what I don't remember what they said.
Do you recall any information status about whether anyone was alive or dead on scene?
During my transport, I received a call on the radio that said, "Can somebody from A1 ambulance 1?"
Not for truth, Your Honor.
So this is simply being introduced to show this witness's state of mind at the time we received this transfer. Go ahead.
What were you told, sir?
I was told, "Can somebody from A1 ambulance 1 call dispatch for a message?" So I called dispatch, and they said, "You're going there for a DOS. They need you to confirm."
What did you understand DOS to mean?
Dead on scene.
So that was your knowledge or mindset heading to 18 Barton Street?
Correct.
Now, at some point, either on your way there or when you arrived there, do you recognize the house?
I recognized the house when I got on scene.
And how did you recognize it? How was this familiar to you?
I personally knew Ann and Cara previously because we worked together at AMR. I've known them since they started in the industry, so I had been to the house before.
And when you say Cara, do you mean Cara Rintala?
Correct.
Did you see her in your court today?
I do.
Whereabouts?
Sitting over there in the light blue shirt.
So describe to the jury how well you knew her, how many interactions you had with her throughout the years.
Well, we all worked together at AMR, so many interactions. I knew Cara left AMR and went to local fire department. She worked as a firefighter paramedic there for many years and stayed at AMR. Actually,
The time.
not long after I was made full-time supervisor, she became a part-time supervisor later on in the years. As she rose through the ranks, became a medic on the field and did the same type of thing. So I interacted with them a lot.
How would you characterize her skill set
Fantastic, both of them.
and her physical health and strength?
Excellent.
Is his own personal home.
Sure. Overruled.
And sir, how would you describe what you observed about her physical health and strength as her time as a firefighter paramedic?
They were both physically able to do the job.
Did you know them or have any interactions with either defendant or Annamarie outside of work?
I did. I mean, I've been to the house a few times. We played in a few golf tournaments together. Always the company parties and things like that. We were all together. We knew each other quite a while. I would say 12 to 15 years or so at the time.
Can you estimate approximately how long it took you to get from your house in South Hadley to 18 Barton Street?
4 or 5 minutes or so.
And that would put your arrival on scene somewhere in what ballpark?
I don't recall which time I was dispatched.
If dispatch were 7:16 or thereabouts.
22, 23, 7, 22, 23, something like that.
When you arrived on scene, can you please describe the jury what you saw outside, if anyone, who you saw outside?
2 police cruisers and at the time I believe it was Sergeant Mark Smith. He was outside and basically said, Ann,
Sustained.
Did you have some brief conversation with Sergeant Smith?
I did.
So after speaking with Sergeant Smith, what did you do next?
He told me to go downstairs
Okay.
to the basement.
So that was your mindset going through the door.
Right.
And which door did you use to access the house?
If you're looking at the house, the right breezeway door, carport door, whatever you want to call it.
Sir, showing you on the screen to your left, exhibit number 2, do you recognize this to be 18 Barton Street?
I do.
And do you see a breezeway between the garage and the house?
Yes, where the 2 posts are is the door I entered.
And showing you now exhibit number 3, would this be that door next to the 2 posts on the breezeway?
Yes,
That's the door you entered the house through?
correct.
Thank you. When you went through that door, did you see or hear anything coming from the kitchen area?
I heard Cara crying and wailing somewhere in the kitchen area.
And are you familiar with Officer Gary Polar from the Brandi Police Department?
I am.
He was an officer at the time, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did you hear another person's voice, or did you recognize another person's voice telling you anything at that point?
Officer Polar basically just said downstairs.
So did you see them or just hear them in the kitchen area?
I only heard them. I didn't see them.
Were those the only 2 voices you heard?
Yes,
And based upon what Sergeant Smith told you, and based upon what Officer Polar told you, did you go downstairs?
yes, I did.
And showing you exhibit number 4. Do you recognize this as being the view once you pass over the threshold of that side door?
Correct.
And this would have been the approximate view you would have had of the basement at that time?
Correct.
If I can now show you on the presenter what's been marked as exhibit number 5. These would be the basement stairs you went down.
Correct.
And when you got down to the bottom of the stairs, describe to the jury, based upon your own memory, what do you remember seeing? What was the scene like in the basement?
I remember Ann being on her back with her hands up like this. Her feet were closer to the stairs and her head was away. I don't quite know the direction the way is, but her feet and then her head were on the other side.
Showing you now exhibit number 6. Does this photo fairly and accurately depict the view you would have had of Ann's body when you got toward the bottom of the stairs?
Correct.
And is this the position that it was in?
Yes.
And how did you, let me ask you this, did you know going down to the basement who you were expecting to see there?
No, I didn't.
And when you first saw Annamarie's body on the ground, did you recognize her right off the bat or no?
I believe I did. Obviously very confusing to me and,
What was confusing? to you?
just the paint being, I didn't understand what the paint was.
Sustained. So I'm going to strike just the last portion about the reference to the paint and how that confused the witness.
Did you make some observations about paint, sir?
I did.
Okay. And just from your own memory, even just, let's say, I'm not asking you to even look at this picture right now, but just from your own memory, what do you remember seeing about the paint or noticing about the paint?
It was all over the place, wet, shiny.
Did it have a liquidy appearance?
It did.
Any sort of
Wet and
film
shiny.
or skim or coagulation on the surface of it?
Not that I recall.
Don't say fresh. Don't say fresh.
So had you encountered in the hundreds or thousands of calls you've responded to before, have you seen a scene quite like this?
Not with the paint.
Overruled.
So you get to the bottom of the stairs, You visually assess the scene, correct?
Mhm.
Okay. Is that a yes?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yeah.
And what do you do next?
I carefully walked around, trying not to step in anything. And I walked around so that I could get behind her and get to her right wrist.
You see that pointer there leaning up against the corner of the jury box, sir?
I do.
Could you please use that pointer and trace for us the path that you took around Ann's body?
Okay, so this is definitely the bottom of the stairs, correct?
Well, I can't.
I know it to be the bottom of the stairs. I can see the rail, and I came down and her feet were at the bottom. Because from the top, I could see 8 foot from when I went down. So I came down, walked around this way, walked around the bag and tried not to step in much of anything if I could, and just to get to her wrist.
Okay. Do you recall what you were wearing for footwear that night?
I always wear Rocky boots when I work.
Okay, thank you. So what was your purpose in going over to Ann's right wrist area?
Once again, everything we do has to be documented to make sure we're within protocol. So I basically was, checking to see if there was a pulse at all, just so I could note that. I really wanted to know what I felt for a temperature of her skin, which at the time was ice cold, very cold. And her arms seemed to be locked in that position, so I pulled on her wrist at the same time to see if there was any breaking of the wrist, or she up or down, and everything moved together.
When you say everything moved together, tell us a little more what you mean by that.
She was in rigor, and I knew her to be.
Yes, Your Honor.
Overruled with perhaps some additional foundation for that.
So we're talking about her right wrist, sir, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and just describe for us clearly what you physically did with the wrist.
Felt it, no pulse, ice cold extremities, and just pulled it towards me, and everything moved in unison.
When you say everything moved in unison, what do you mean?
Her muscles were locked in a rigid position, as you can see.
Yes, Your Honor. What do you think? What do you think?
Let me do my little, oops. All right, here we go. Okay, the 10 seconds are a little bit more like, a little bit faster. These
Of this witness's last.
take a little bit,
answer, where he
a few more.
indicated, where he stated,
Button
as you can
presses.
see, and he referred to the photograph of the exhibit that is a photograph. What the photographs depict is entirely up to you as a jury.
Sir, as you pulled on Annamarie's right wrist, did you notice any movement in her fingers?
None.
Was there any movement or rotation in her wrist?
None.
Was there any movement or rotate or bending of her elbow?
None.
And her shoulder?
None.
As you moved her arm, what did her torso do?
Moved with her arm.
When you went over to Ann's right side and reached down for her right arm, did you make any observations about the position of her arm and relative to the floor?
They were off the floor.
By approximately how much?
2-3 inches.
Did you make any observations about her eyes?
They were fixed and dilated.
What does that mean?
No signs of life.
Is that something that, as part of the assessment that you look for?
Yes. Yes.
And just for my own clarification, fixed and dilated mean two different things? Or are they related?
2 different things.
Okay.
They're fixed and they're dilated.
Okay, so I mean, fixed meaning,
One. That's it. There's no reactivity to anything when you look at them.
Yeah.
And they're dilated. They're round. They're very dilated.
so based upon these visual and physical observations that you made of Ann's body, did you draw any conclusion as to whether she was, in your terms, workable or unworkable?
I determined her to be dead.
And having made that determination, did you see the point in any sort of life-saving maneuvers?
No.
Or she beyond that?
Yes.
How long would you say you were down in the basement?
2-3 minutes or so.
Having made the determination that she was beyond life-saving measures and having completed your assessment, what did you do next?
Carefully got out of there.
What do you mean?
I walked back around the way I came in and tried not to step anything or disturb anything. I tried to take some mental notes of the scene, and I went back upstairs.
When you went back upstairs, where did you go?
I went and sat at the kitchen table with Cara.
And if I could show you, please, exhibit number 11. You recognize this area inside 18 Barton Street?
Yes,
And is that the table that you sat next to with Cara Rintala?
yes.
When you went into that kitchen area, was she by herself or was Officer Fuller still with her?
Officer Fuller was with her.
When you, did you take his place essentially?
Um,
Or did he remain?
no, he remained there.
Okay. So how was the defendant's demeanor at that point? I think you said earlier when you came into the house, you could hear.
He was
hysterical,
crying,
so-
wailing, very upset.
Okay, so now, after you've come out of the basement and gone to the kitchen, what's her demeanor at that point?
Pretty much the same.
Did you start off with asking her something?
I did, well, I always have to gather previous medical history and, medications, allergies, things like that. It's just a standard thing we have to document in every patient, standard thing that I know the ME wants, it's just standard information everybody wants. So I try to gather that as soon as I can, while I can, just to document it.
And you're talking about medical information about the patient,
Correct,
which in this case would be Annamarie.
correct,
So was part of your conversation with the defendant focused on that?
correct.
What do you recall asking her, and what information do you recall getting from her?
Previous medical history, just that she had asthma. She used metered dose inhalers, the individual on-demand inhalers for her asthma. Back stomach problems, which, she said were because of her big boobs. She was allergic to a couple medications, which I noted in my notes. I don't remember exactly what they were.
Okay.
And I believe she might have been allergic, but like I said, in my notes, I wrote all that down. I don't remember exactly what she was allergic to.
Were you taking notes real time at the table with the
No,
defendant, or
no.
when did you take these notes?
When they took Cara away from me at another time, they said, "You're not going to see her again. You stay outside." And I immediately said, "I need a pad of paper." And I stayed outside and wrote notes right then.
Okay. Now, did part of your conversation with the defendant concern what had happened that day?
It did.
And was that information that you were seeking to obtain for your own paramedic purposes?
Not for paramedic purposes. It was more of a personal thing to, talk to her, see how she was doing, just basic information of what the hell happened. But, I was more concerned about, you okay? What happened?
And did you ask or did Cara say when was the last time she had spoken with Ann?
She had said sometime between 2 and 4 and put that to the baby's nap time. She said the baby takes a nap at 2 and it was before 4 for, I don't really remember the reason she said at the time.
Okay, but that was the bracket.
It was the bracket of 2 to 4.
And did she say to you how it was, through what means she last spoke to Ann between 2 and 4?
On the phone.
Where did she say she had been out that afternoon?
She went out with the baby. I believe she said the Holyoke Mall, a couple stores, maybe grocery shopping as well.
Did she describe for you what happened or what she did when she returned to the house that evening?
She did.
Please tell the jury.
She said she went in, that there was a light on in the basement and she looked down, called Ann's name, and she looked down and saw that there was a foot at the bottom of the stairs. And she ran next door with the baby and the dog.
So that's come through the door, look down the stairs, and sees a foot, correct?
Correct.
Did she say anything to you about going through the house back to the bedroom looking for Ann?
Not that I recall.
When she called out Ann, did you testify she called out Ann's name?
Correct.
And did she get any response according to Cara?
I don't believe she said anything as far as that goes.
So then she grabs her daughter and the family dog and does what?
Goes next door to the house next door.
And what does she do when she gets to the neighbor's house?
Tells them to call 911. Don't know if she said anything other than call 911, and she ran back to the house.
And what became of the dog and the child?
As far as I know, they were next door with the neighbors.
What did Cara tell you happened when she got back to her house? Now for the second time.
She went downstairs, tripped on something, fell at the base of the stairs, and saw Ann. She was prone, face down on the ground at the time.
What did she say she did with respect to Ann's body, which she says was face down?
Rolled Ann up onto her and just held her in her arms.
At some point during this conversation you were having with the defendant at the kitchen table, did she express any concerns to you about her daughter or her dog?
Both. The daughter hadn't eaten, and she said she had hot macaroni and cheese somewhere because they had been out, but she hadn't eaten yet. And the dog was insulin dependent and that there was insulin in the refrigerator.
Did she make or receive any phone calls during your time with her?
She did.
And describe what you saw and heard with respect to that.
I know she called her mother and Ann's mother, and had conversations with them, basically saying that Ann was dead and she didn't know why. And then she received 2 other calls.
Were you observing her? Were you with her, seeing her use her phone?
Yes, sir.
And if I can now show you what has been marked as exhibit number 14, I believe. Yes, 14. Is this the phone that the defendant was using to both make and receive calls at the kitchen table with you that night?
Yes.
And for the record, can you describe what kind of phone that is?
The old fantastic Blackberries with a pink cover.
With what?
A pink cover?
How long would you say this conversation lasted?
I was there for quite a while. Half an hour, 45 minutes.
Okay.
They took the Dateline episode of this. They took it down
During
for
the
some reason.
conversation with the defendant at the kitchen table, did she request to go
Even on their
somewhere or do
website.
something?
Oh, she had paint all over her hands and her clothes, so she wanted to wash up.
And when she made that request, what did you do?
I didn't have a problem with it.
Okay. And did she remain at the table or move somewhere else that way?
We both got up, and I believe Officer Fuller was there. I'm not quite sure if he was there or not there at the time. We went around the corner to the bathroom, and I went in first, and then she came in and washed up.
So describe for us as best you can where you were positioned with respect to where the defendant was positioned and the bathroom sink.
I went in first, so I was like in front of the toilet and then in the tub, and then she was just right there at the sink.
Okay, what'd you do?
Soap and water, washed up. The paint came off easily off her hands.
Yes, Your Honor.
Overall. Okay, so it came off easily, you said?
Yes.
Okay. Was the washing primarily just her hands or any other parts of her body?
Her hands, and she cleaned up her face as well.
At some point, did you notice or observe something about her nose?
She had a little trickle of blood come out of one of her nostrils. And I handed her a face cloth that was there.
Yep.
And she kind of moistened it and just wiped it off, and it came off.
What became of that little hand towel?
She kept it with her.
Why did she keep it with her?
Yes,
Stay.
Did she make any statements to you about why she was keeping it?
Just in case she had any more.
yes.
Ooh, good to know, Kathy. We all need to make sure we watch this. Kathy said her lunchtime true crime today covers the 3 previous trials with plenty of sassy. Ooh, yes. We love sassy. We'll watch that. Skipping through, skip. Oh,
Mr. Ross, let me ask you a very specific question. After the defendant wiped her nose with the towel, you said she kept the towel, correct?
Correct.
And did she say something to you about why she was keeping the towel, or were you just inferring or speculating as to why she was keeping it? Do you have a memory as to whether she said something or not?
I'm going to say I can't remember at this time.
Okay, fair enough.
So that will be fine.
Move to strike. Why? So I'm sorry, which part were you asking me to strike?
Can we see it?
Sure, sure.
by the law. Oh,
Sir, I'd like to show you a document, ask you if you recognize it.
I do.
And is that a statement you gave to the state police?
Correct.
And turning your attention to page 4, the paragraph in the middle, can you review this paragraph, please? Read it to yourself.
Okay.
So you've read that paragraph?
I did.
Okay, so my question for you is, having read that paragraph, does that refresh your memory sitting here today as to whether or not the defendant said something about her nose potentially bleeding again? Or whether that was a conclusion or an inference that you drew? Or does it not refresh your memory?
It does refresh memory, and it was a statement she said. That, you want me to say it?
No, I think you've already said it, thank you.
Okay.
like, no, don't say anything.
Once the defendant was done washing up in the bathroom, what happened next?
she wanted to change her, out of some of her clothes that were also covered in paint. So we left the bathroom, took a right to go into the bedroom. He went straight ahead and turned the light on.
Which light?
There was a light straight ahead on an end table next to the bed.
Did you follow her into the room?
Yes.
And after she got to the light and turned that on, what happened next?
Officer Polar said, "Everybody stop. Everybody back out of the room. Don't touch anything." This could be the last place Ann was before she left, and just backed us out of the room.
So was Officer Polar with you when you were in the bathroom with the defendant?
Yes,
Okay, where was he?
in the doorway.
And then what was the order in which people entered the bedroom?
Cara turned the light on, and then it was Gary and I, Officer Polar, side by side, basically.
And Officer Polar decided that folks should back out of the room at that point.
Correct.
Did you notice anything in the room and specifically on the bed while you were in there?
A phone on the bed.
And what, if anything, do you remember about that phone?
There was a message light on the phone, blinking green message light.
Where did you, your defendant, and Officer Polar go after backing out of the bedroom?
Back to the kitchen.
And eventually, did you step outside the residence that night?
Yes, Cara thought she was going to be sick, and at that time, like Trooper Majarian was on scene, and we asked if it was okay if we went outside, and they said yes.
Okay.
So we went outside.
How much longer did you stay on scene that night, if you remember?
I put the time in my notes, but I believe it was like till 10:30-ish.
And was it during that time frame that you wrote down your notes?
Correct.
Yeah, one more, please.
Right.
Thank you, sir. That's all the questions I have for you.
Those, who was it, Marie Moss, that said that those curtains were like the cafeteria curtains in school, or like the gym curtains?
So, sir, do you agree that your memory was fresher back on March 29, 2010 than it is today?
Yes,
And you are, you testified in direct examination that as soon as you got out of the house, you asked for a pen and paper and you took some notes, is that right?
Correct.
And you generated a report from those, or a statement from those notes, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, so, sir, when you initially wrote your report, is it fair to say that you said, you
Fair to
went down
say.
to the cellar, you walked around the area of her head, her arms were up in the air. They were bent at the elbows, with her hands facing up, do you remember saying that?
if it's in the report, yes.
And their hands were level with her head, do you remember saying that?
Is it in the report? I don't remember exactly what I said. I only know by the notes, quite frankly.
Can you just read this highlighted portion, which is page
Yep.
2 of the statement, paragraph 1, 2, 3 paragraphs down.
Yep.
Just the highlighted one. Do it.
Correct. Okay.
So, sorry, does that refresh your memory as to whether or not you indicated that her arms were up in the air and her hands were level with her head?
Yes.
And did you indicate in your report that you reached down and grabbed the female by the wrist?
Yes.
You detected no pulse?
Yes.
You noted that her skin was ice cold?
Yes.
And you tried to move around from the bent position and it was locked solid in rigor mortis, is that what you said?
Correct.
Okay. And sir, when you first walked in, you could hear Cara wailing upstairs, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And you knew that she was upset, right? Correct. And you knew Cara, you worked with her for a long time, you knew Annamarie, you worked with her for a long time, is that right?
Correct.
And this had to have been an upsetting scene that you had to respond to because you knew the victim, right?
Extremely.
Now, when you got to the table, you remember describing Cara as crying hysterically?
Yes.
And when you talked to her that night, you talked to her as a friend, right?
Correct.
Just trying to figure out what happened to Annamarie, is that right?
Correct.
And she didn't ask you to go outside or whisper anything to you. She had the conversation with you right in front of the officer that was there, is that right?
Yes.
And Cara told you that when she returned home from shopping, she opened the door and saw the light. The only light on was in the basement, is that right?
Correct.
And that she looked down the stairs, saw her foot, and screamed Ann's name with no response. Do you remember her saying that to you?
Yes.
And then she said she ran next door with her daughter and gave her daughter to the neighbor. Do you remember that?
Yes.
No indication she gave the dog to the neighbor, right?
Correct.
Your report only says daughter, right?
Correct.
Okay. But today you have a memory of her giving the dog to the neighbor as well?
Maybe slightly confused on that.
Maybe slightly confused, okay. So, do you remember, Cara saying she then ran back downstairs, and then she tripped on something, somewhere near the bottom of the stairs, and she fell onto Ann's legs?
Yes,
And she wasn't sure what it was that she tripped on?
correct.
Okay. And she told you that Ann was prone, face down on the floor, is that right?
Yes,
And that she rolled Ann up onto her legs, and that's where she was when the police department found her, is that right?
correct.
Okay. And then she told you that you needed to call her mother and Ann's mother, right?
Yes,
And you heard her ask permission to do that, right?
Yep.
She just pick up the phone and start dialing, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you were there to hear those phone calls, right?
yes, I was.
And she told her mother and she told Ann's parents that Ann was dead, right?
Correct.
Okay. And that she didn't know why.
Correct.
Okay. And then at some point there were incoming calls after she called and spoke to the family members. There were incoming calls coming in on the phone, right?
Correct.
And Cara didn't answer those calls. Police officer did, right?
Yes,
And she didn't try to stop him from answering those phones, right?
correct.
He picked up the phone, he figured out who was calling, and Cara didn't do anything to stop him from doing that on her phone, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, do you remember saying in your report that while Cara was sitting there, she realized the dog was not there? Remember saying that?
I do.
Okay. Either Officer Kohler or Sergeant Smith called next door and asked if the dog was over there. Remember that?
Yes,
So this wasn't a situation where she grabbed the dog and her daughter and ran across the street. She's talking to you, and she realizes the dog isn't there, and she's trying to figure out if the dog is safe, right?
yes,
And then at some point, as you're talking to her as a friend, she's worried about Brianna having dinner, and making sure she's being able to eat. Is that right?
yes.
And she asked you whether or not somebody could go get the mac and cheese that was in her car, right?
I don't know if she asked me
Okay.
or,
Do you remember any discussion about the mac and
I
cheese?
know there was something, well, warm mac and cheese, it was too hot for her to eat at the time, and it was somewhere. I don't know if that's in my notes either, but
Says page 3, paragraph 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. Can you read paragraph 6 to yourself?
Sure.
Starting right there?
Yep.
Thank you so much.
okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
So does that refresh your memory that Cara had some conversation with you about making sure Brianna was able to eat?
Yes,
And
Is 1.2, yesterday it was like 80% voted for 1.25 speed. Is it too fast now? We can do another poll. Try to please the majority. Do a vote real quick.
she indicated to you that she had gone shopping at the Holyoke Oak Mall. Is that right?
yes,
That she went food shopping somewhere and had groceries in the car.
correct.
Okay.
CC is
And
unavailable.
she went
It's not.
somewhere else in Ludlow. Was that right?
Yes,
And then she talked to you about the dog being a diabetic.
Correct.
And she was inquiring as to whether or not somebody could get the dog's diabetic medication out of the refrigerator and bring it over so the dog can get whatever diabetic medication it was, right?
the insulin that was in it.
Insulin.
It's okay.
Okay. The insulin, she got the insulin out of the refrigerator and, or asked someone to get the insulin out of the refrigerator and make sure the dog, got the injection. Is that right?
Yes,
And at some point, did someone go to Cara's car and find the diaper bag and the mac and cheese?
somebody did.
Right. Do you remember who?
I don't know specifically who did.
Okay.
Once again, unless it's in my notes, I
Okay. And then you talked a little bit of direct examination about asking Cara, now as a paramedic, what medications Ian may have been on, right?
correct.
Okay. And Cara told you what she knew, is that right?
Yes,
And she told you she had asthma and she was using albuterol, is that right?
correct.
And she said Ian complained of back and stomach pains that Ian contributed to her big boobs, not that Cara contributed to her big boobs.
Okay,
Let me show you your report. This is page 1, 2, 3, 4, paragraph 2.
Okay.
that refresh your memory, sir, as to whether or
It
not
does, that
Ann
contributed.
contributed
That's
her
correct.
back
Yes.
and her stomach pain to her big
Yes.
boobs? That wasn't something that Cara had contributed,
Yes.
right?
Correct.
And she also told you she was allergic to Demerol and amoxicillin. Remember that?
Yes,
And the conversation you had with her was about 30 minutes, is that right?
somewhere around there. I don't know exactly.
Okay. And you talked a little bit with the prosecutor about Cara's request to go and wash off, is that right?
Yes,
Okay. And you remember talking about when Cara washed her face, I think you described it as a small bloody nose, which she washed right off, and you never noticed it prior to her washing her face, is that right?
yes,
And that Cara was blowing her nose as she was washing her face, is that right?
yes,
So it wasn't like trickling down, she blew her nose and there was blood in her nose, right?
yes.
You know when people are upset and crying hysterically for hours, sometimes they can get a bloody nose, right?
Possible.
Possible.
Now, sir,
She's a good attorney.
you told us that Cara told you that she was taking that towel because she thought that her nose would bleed again. Remember that testimony just a minute ago?
Yes.
Remember what you said in your report, when you made your report right outside the house that night?
Not off the top of my head.
It says paragraph 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Paragraph 7, the yellow highlight. Right here.
You want me to read it?
No, just read it to yourself, sir.
Okay. Okay.
Sir, it's fair to say that night on March 29th, 2010, you never said, Cara said she was keeping that rag or that towel because she thought her nose was going to bleed again. You actually said, I believe Cara took the towel because she thought that her nose was going to bleed again, right?
That's what I wrote on the report.
You don't to dump your own report, you wrote it right outside the house, right?
Correct.
So you didn't attribute a statement to Cara about, let me keep this towel because my nose might bleed again. You said you thought that's why she kept the towel, right?
Okay.
No, okay, that's what it says, right?
Yes, it does.
He said, okay. I wouldn't
Now,
want to
at
go
some
against her.
Cara thinks she's going to vomit, right?
Yes,
It's not unusual that people who are very upset and crying hysterically might think they're going to throw up, right?
Correct.
And she asked for permission to maybe go outside, and you tried to facilitate that with her, right?
yes,
Because you thought she was going to throw up, right?
exactly.
Okay, and the police gave you permission for her and you, and who else was with you when you went outside?
That, I don't know if Officer Polar came with us or not. I know I was outside with her.
You remember in your report saying that at one point Cara thought she was going to vomit, Officer Cola and Trooper McGarrian asked if it was okay to take Cara outside. Trooper McGarrian agreed, and we escorted Cara out the side door of the house.
Okay.
Remember that?
If it's in the report, I
The
believe
last
it.
paragraph.
I believe,
It's not up to me to believe, it's up to you to testify, I can't testify.
and we escorted her out. Okay.
So it wasn't a situation where just you and Cara went outside. She's escorted out there by the police, right?
Yes,
And you were there as well, right?
yes, it was.
And then when you went back into Cara doesn't vomit outside, right?
Correct.
Okay, and then at some point, she gets some fresh air, she's breathing deeply outside, is that right?
Yes,
And you're trying to help her calm down, right?
yes,
Because she's a friend.
correct.
And when she's calm, are you directed to go back in through the front door, not the side door anymore?
I was not directed to go back in at all.
Okay,
That
she
wasn't-
was directed to go back in.
I believe so, yes.
This is paragraph 1 on page 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You've got the top paragraph, can you read it to yourself, sir?
Okay.
Does that refresh your memory, sir, as to whether or not
It does.
Cara was directed and escorted by police back into the house?
Yes, she was.
Okay. And do you remember in your report, sir, saying that you learned that when Cara was on the floor with Ann's legs on top of her, you learned that the police officers removed Cara's shoes to free her from the position she was in?
Yes, I recall that.
And you put that in your report?
I did.
That she didn't remove her shoes, it was actually the police officers who removed her shoes, is that right?
Correct.
Now, sir, you talked a little bit about your training and experience and the number of years you had experience in responding to death investigations. Is that right? Or deaths, I'm sorry, deaths.
Yes, correct.
How many death investigations, homicides have you responded to?
So homicide cases, scenes, you mean?
Yes.
A number of them,
Prior to 2010?
yes.
Okay. And in terms of you responding to those homicide scenes, is there always like a protocol of what to do and how to do it?
There's not a written protocol of how to approach a scene. There's a protocol for our treatments once we're on the scene, should we decide to do any treatments, but there's no protocol to approach the scene.
Okay.
Other than scene safety, universal precautions, and things like that.
Okay, so there's no protocol about trying to make sure you protect the integrity of the scene? There's protocol for everything else, but you don't have for that?
Okay,
Okay, just ask.
Yeah.
And then in terms, sir, of your testimony on direct examination, about how you went downstairs, and you took Annamarie Rintala's wrist, you confirmed at some point that you had no pulse?
yes,
And you talked on direct examination, the reason that you touched the body was to determine that it was dead, right?
yes,
You weren't touching the body to assess rigor mortis, is that fair to say?
correct.
So your job was just to assess, was she breathing? And could we do anything to help her, to support her life at that point, right?
Correct.
And nobody ever asked you to assess whether or not she was in rigor mortis or what degree of rigor mortis she was in, is that correct?
Nobody asked me to do anything. I did what I do.
That's not my question, sir. Nobody ever asked you to assess whether she was in rigor mortis or what degree of rigor mortis there was, is that correct?
Correct. Nobody asked me.
And in fact, nobody ever gave you any training in how to do that, is that correct?
Can you rephrase that?
Sure. Nobody gave you any training in how to assess the degree of rigor mortis.
Not the degree, correct.
And sir, in fact, you told us that you had taken some courses, but it's fair to say you hadn't taken any courses on rigor mortis, is that right?
Not specific courses, correct.
Well, no courses at all on rigor mortis, right?
Well, we're taught what rigor mortis is. We
Now, what I'm asking, have you taken,
Your Honor, the witness, please finish his answer.
I thought he had, but,
He said I thought he had.
you can just ask your next question.
sure. Do you remember testifying in 2014, page 172, when you were asked the question, you've never had any formal training, would you agree? And your answer is, I haven't taken a course on rigor mortis. Remember that being your answer, sir?
I don't recall, but
This is page 172, lines 21 through 25. Can you read those to yourself, please, sir?
okay.
Does that refresh your memory, sir, as to whether or not when you were asked about this in January of 2014, you said you hadn't taken a course on rigor mortis, and that you weren't certified as a death scene investigator, is that right?
That's correct.
Now, sir, in assessing rigor mortis, that's not something that you would routinely do in your job. Is that fair to say, sir?
Fair to say.
And in fact, you don't have any training in assessing rigor mortis, right?
Only to the fact that rigor mortis is present.
Oh, sir, you remember testifying on September 15th of 2016, being asked the question, and in fact, you don't have any training in doing that, assessing rigor mortis. Is that correct? Your answer being,
I could
it's
see
not
that.
something I would routinely do. You say that, sir?
If it's in there, I said it, but it's out of context, I believe. Which no line.
I'm sorry, the highlighted portion. We can read lines 5 through 9 to yourself, please.
I don't assess the degree of
Can
rigor
you read it
mortis.
to yourself, please, sir?
Sure.
Thank you.
Oh God.
Sir,
I'd be
is that refresh your
scared.
memory as to whether or not in 2016, when you were asked a question regarding rigor mortis, and you were asked, and nobody asked you to formally assess the degree of rigor mortis, is that correct? And you said, no, correct. Is that something that you said?
Yes.
Okay. In fact, you don't have any training in doing that, is that correct? It's not something I would routinely do. Is that what your answer was?
Yes.
And that was in response to touching the body that night, right?
I'm not sure. I don't know what I said in response.
Well, you were being asked questions at that point about what you did in terms of touching the body, right?
Okay.
Okay. And when you touched the body, I think you told us on direct examination, that you touched the hand, is that right, the wrist?
Yes.
That I think you said on direct examination, that the purpose in touching her wrist wasn't to determine rigor mortis, it was to determine whether or not she was alive or dead, right?
Part of it, yes.
Well, you're saying today that part of what you were doing was to determine rigor mortis?
No, I just noted that rigor mortis was present. I didn't determine the degree. I determined that she was in rigor.
Well, that wasn't my question. My question is, the purpose that you went to touch her wrist was to confirm that she was dead, right?
Yes,
So the purpose wasn't to assess rigor mortis, right?
rigor mortis was part of that assessment.
Well, that's not what you said in 2016, was it, sir?
Once again, I got
Can you read on page 110, lines 1 through 6 to yourself, please?
She is a good attorney. I'd be scared of her though. I'd be like, yes, ma'am, whatever you say.
Okay.
Whatever you say, I
Got
say.
a chance to review that, sir?
I did.
If you had to say that when you were asked that question in 2016, you were asked, nobody asked you to formally assess the degree of rigor mortis in her, is that correct? And you said, no, correct, right?
That is correct. I didn't assess the degree.
Okay.
I just assessed that there was rigor mortis present.
And you were asked, and the purpose of you touching her arm, basically, that was from the previous claim, was just to confirm that she was dead, is that right?
Yes,
And you said yes in 2016, right?
yes.
You didn't say, and it was something else, you just said, yeah, the purpose was to assess that she was dead, right?
Understood, but she wasn't.
Not understood, sir, is that what you said?
Your Honor, if the witness, please, not be interrupted during answer.
If you could just let him answer the question, please.
Sure, sir. Sir, go ahead.
I'm only saying I wasn't assessing to the degree of rigor, just that it was there. So, was there a pulse? What was the temperature? Warm, diaphoretic, cold? Was there rigor present? Yes, but to the degree? No, I'm not trained to assess the degree of rigor. But when there's rigor there, I need to note that there was rigor present.
But you didn't notice in 2016 when you were asked the question, did you, sir?
Not in that transcript. I agree. Yes.
Okay. So when you were asked about why you touched her, your answer was just to confirm that she was dead, right?
Yes.
Okay.
That's a good point. Would this
And it's here to say, sir, that nobody asked you as a paramedic for an opinion on the degree of rigor or anything like that. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And I think the prosecutor asked you a little bit about liver mortis.
Yes.
You know those questions?
Yes.
And today, did you say that you thought you saw liver mortis in?
I don't think I said that.
Okay. So you never saw liver mortis.
Not that I recall.
And sir, now when you talked about the blood that you saw when Cara blew her nose, is it fair to say, sir, that you didn't mention that in your report at all?
I thought I did.
You thought you did? Well, do you remember testifying in 2016?
I don't remember 2016.
Okay.
who does?
This is page 120, lines 17 through 25. Can you read those to yourself, please, sir? So you remember being asked questions in 2016? Specifically, talking about her nose. That as a matter of fact, you didn't even mention the notes that you wrote about the bloody nose. Is that right? And your answer was first, if you say so. And then the next question, all right, do you have any doubt about that? And you said, no, that's fine, right?
Correct.
So in 2016, you don't ever remember it being in your report. Is that right?
Correct.
And that's because you thought it was so inconsistent. I can't even get the words out now. Because it was not that important to the investigation. Because oftentimes when people are that upset,
Objection.
can I finish the question?
Let me just hear the rest of the question, but go ahead.
So, sir, you didn't think it was significant when you testified in 2016, and you didn't put it in your report in 2016, because you knew that when people get upset and they cry hysterically, their nose would bleed, right?
Objection.
I'll, overrule.
Right?
Can you say that again?
Sure.
Only because you said my notes were from the scene in 2010, not 2016.
Right, I'm talking about your testimony in 2016.
Oh, okay, all right. You said
The one you just read.
All right, okay.
Right? That's what I'm focused on right now.
Okay.
So you're saying in 2016 that it certainly didn't seem like a significant thing to you at the time. Is that correct? And you said correct, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then as a matter of fact, you didn't even mention it in your notes that you wrote. Is that correct? And ultimately you said it's correct, right?
Okay, correct.
Okay. Now, by the time that you got to the scene that night, it's fair to say that 2 other police officers who responded had moved the body. Is that right?
I don't know. That I don't know. I've heard that, but I'm just saying I don't have direct knowledge of that.
Okay. Would it have made a difference to you that the body was moved at some point prior to you seeing it when you made the assessment that Annamarie was dead?
Not to me.
Because that's not important when you're assessing life or death, right?
Correct.
Might be important for rigor mortis, but it's not important for life or death, right?
Correct.
Okay. As you sit here today, you can't remember whether or not you knew that the body was moved before you went downstairs. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, I think you said on direct examination, you weren't sure if Polar came with you into the bathroom. Did you say that?
Yes, I believe it. I don't recall if initially he came into the bathroom.
But your notes indicate that Cara was accompanied by a police officer, right?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, do you remember at some point indicating, this is page 117. Actually, a moment, you're on. Do you remember at some point, sir, being asked questions about when the last time was that Cara had spoken to Annamarie? Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
And what Cara could remember was that it was sometime in between when Brianna had her nap time, right?
Correct.
And she told you Brianna's nap time was between 2 and 4. So sometime between that, is that right?
Yes.
And she didn't say 3 o'clock to you that night, right?
No.
And you didn't push her to try to be any more specific, right?
Correct.
Because you were there as a friend, right?
Correct.
You were just trying to figure out what was going on. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Okay. And is it fair to say, sir, that your entire role that night, other than being a friend to Cara and trying to help her through what was going on, was to go downstairs, touch Annamarie's wrist, determine she was dead, and carefully get out of that cellar and go back upstairs because there was no way that you could save anyone at that point?
Correct.
And that's all you did that night with respect to Annamarie's body, is touch her wrist and walk upstairs. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
I don't have any further questions.
Sir, did you just touch the wrist or did you actually pull on it?
I pulled on it as well.
Can a patient exhibit more than one sign of death?
Yes, they can.
No breathing can be a sign of death, correct?
Correct.
But can a person who's not breathing still be within life-saving measures?
Yes.
What about no pulse? Can no pulse be a sign of death?
Actually, not, be on the scope.
Overrule.
Yes.
Can a person with no pulse nevertheless be revived?
Yes.
What about a person who's cold to the touch? Can that be a sign of death?
It can be.
But are all cold people dead?
No.
What about rigor mortis? Can a person who's still within life-saving measures have rigor mortis?
No.
As soon as you observe one possible sign of death, you say, oh, they're gone, pick up your bag and walk away?
No.
Why?
Documentation purposes. I have to follow the protocols and they say, check for this, check for this, check for this, document everything. So once again, when I'm sitting here, I can say, yes, they were dead.
And what was your purpose in not just touching her wrist, but actually like pulling her arm?
To see if there was rigor.
And you described it as full, correct?
Full.
Now, there's been some talk about your report versus your notes. I just want to clarify that. The night of Ann's death, when you were on scene, you wrote some handwritten notes, correct?
Correct.
And do you recall how many pages of notes you wrote?
I believe it was 3.
Now, there's been a reference to your report. Did you actually write a report in this case? Well, let me withdraw that question and ask you something different. You've been shown a couple of times a statement of yours, correct?
Correct.
And is this the statement that Attorney Scapicchio was repeatedly showing you?
It is.
Okay. And how did this statement come to be? Like, who actually,
That was my state police statement the following day.
okay, so tell us about that. The next day, March 30th.
The next day, they handed me my notes that I could refer to my notes when they interviewed me the next day.
And did every detail that you recalled make it into your handwritten notes?
I hope the bulk of them did.
And were there details or statements in your state police statement that weren't in your notes? Which is lengthier?
I believe the state police statement.
And in that statement to the state police on March 30th is when you mentioned the nosebleed, all right?
I believe so.
Okay. Showing you page 4 of your statement to the state police on March 30th.
Okay.
You did state that to the state police, all right?
I did.
Thank you, sir. That's all I want to clarify.
Per your handwritten notes that you took outside the house that day, you didn't mention anything about a nosebleed, is that right?
I believe so.
Sir, here are your handwritten notes. Can you look at them to see if there's any mention of a nosebleed from Cara Rintala?
No, there wasn't.
Sorry, sir, no mention?
No mention.
And those are the notes that you took right outside the house when you asked someone for a pad of paper because you wanted to make sure you could remember the details. Is that right, sir?
Okay. Yes, correct.
And no further questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Make that down.
Thank you.
May we call the next witness?
May.
Thank you. The call will call Michael Pandora.
Michael, what? On the stand, Michael. Wait, this isn't the Michael, is it? Or was that Mark? What was the boyfriend's name? Mark. It was Mark. Right? Or Mike? Mark. Ooh, Dunkin' coffee. That sounds good. Actually, I need to make a cup of coffee. I think I'm going to do that real quick. As soon as I get his name.
You said your face is raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence which you shall give to the court and jury in the case now hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God or do yourself?
May I inquire, Your Honor? Thank you. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your name for the jury, please?
My name is Michael, Michael, Pandora, Pandora.
And are you currently employed and working, or are you retired right now?
I'm retired, but I still work doing some teaching part-time.
Okay. What has been your career in the course of your life?
Paramedic firefighter
Okay.
for the last 26 years.
When did you retire from that field outside of the teaching that you're doing now?
November 27th of 2019.
Can you give us a sense of, over the course of your career as a paramedic and a firefighter, the various organizations that you worked for and the roles that you held there?
I'm going to make some coffee real quick. I'll be right
So
back.
at
I've
the
been
very
up since
beginning of
4
my
a.m.
career, I worked for a private ambulance service, American Medical Response. And I was the community education coordinator as well as an EMT and then a paramedic there. And then I went to Granby Fire Department where I was a firefighter, paramedic, and I was also the ambulance coordinator,
Okay. And you retired from that organization, I'm sorry, what year?
2019.
Okay. And what have you been doing since 2019?
Doing some part-time teaching and doing things at home.
Can you give us your educational background, please?
I have an associate's degree in business. I also have my paramedic certification, which I still maintain. Graduated high school. And I've taken other various classes and courses throughout my career.
Okay. I know that you're teaching now, but did you have any roles in terms of being an instructor in the field of paramedic or firefighter work before that?
Yes,
Can you describe that, please?
I've been teaching, I started teaching CPR in 1996. And then once I started working for American Medical Response, then I started teaching other topics as well. And now I teach EMTs, paramedics, firefighters, police officers. I spent some time teaching at the police academy.
What kind of subjects have you taught over the years?
Medical,
What do you mean? Can you give us a sense of some of the topics?
what to do on emergency calls as far as beginning treatment until the ambulance gets there. And then once the ambulance gets there, continued treatment all the way to the hospital.
And the individuals that you're training, are they individuals who are studying to be EMTs, paramedics, or both?
They're trying to maintain their certifications,
Okay.
as well as police and fire department, first responders.
Now, I think the jury's already heard today about a couple of different levels of EMTs and paramedics, but can you describe the different levels in terms of what sort of training is required for them?
So an EMT would go through approximately 160 hours worth of training. You need to be an EMT, and then you can take a paramedic course, which takes 1.5 to 2 years to complete, with all of the classroom time, the skills practice, and clinical time in the hospitals and on an ambulance.
And is there an EMT intermediate?
It's now called an advanced EMT.
Okay, and that's between the EMT basic and the paramedic?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you indicated that some of the teaching you do is for people to maintain certification, correct?
Correct.
And how often do you have to be certified as an EMT or as a paramedic?
Every 2 years.
And what are the requirements to start with EMTs, if you know?
EMTs have to do 40 hours of continuing education credit. Paramedics have to do 60 hours.
And is that the 40 hours within 2 years?
Yes,
Okay, and 60 hours within 2 years?
correct.
Okay. And in terms of what type of training they have to receive within that 40 or 60 hours, can you give us a sense of what would meet the qualification?
Yeah, there's various topics. You know, there's certain specific guidelines, so many hours of cardiology, so many hours of airway and breathing, so many hours of injuries, so many hours of medical emergencies like diabetes, stroke, heart attacks.
In the timeframe when you were working in the field yourself at American Medical Response to the Glen Fire Department, did you engage in that ongoing training as required every year?
Yes.
Did you engage in more than what was required?
Yes.
Okay. Are you able to tell us approximately how many hours of training you would do each year when you were in the field working?
There were some years where I had well over 100 hours of continuing education, even though I only needed 60.
And do you have any accreditations in terms of your work as an EMT or paramedic?
I was certified as a hazardous materials technician. I was also certified as an instructor for EMS response to terrorist incidents. I'm certified as a CPR instructor and have been since 1996,
Do you remember what year you became a paramedic specifically?
2004.
I want to ask you a little more specific questions about your work at American Medical Response. I think you described that before as a private ambulance service.
It is.
And how does that differ in terms of a private service versus a public service like a fire department?
The ambulance calls are pretty much the same, although with a private service, you would do interfacility transports rather than just responding to 911 calls.
And whenever you were at American Medical Response, is that also go by AMR?
Yes,
When you were at AMR, what area were you covering, if you remember?
I worked in Springfield, Holyoke, and Northampton.
While you were at AMR, are you able to estimate approximately how many calls you would have gone on each year?
Was probably anywhere from 8 to 12 calls a shift. And I'd work 5 shifts a week. So anywhere from 40 to 60 calls a week over the course of 10 years.
Okay. And I'm sorry if you stated this before, but while you were at AMR, did you have any sort of supervisory or training role there?
I had a training role.
Okay, and can you tell us about that, please?
I was community education coordinator. I also did annual training that was required for all AMR employees, OSHA standards, and other topics that were required.
And what year did you leave AMR and go to the Brandi Fire Department?
I started with Brandi Fire as a call force member in 2003. 2006, I was full-time, and I left AMR at that point. There was about a year overlap where I was per diem, but I wasn't really doing any shifts, so I dropped it completely.
When you went to the Brandi Fire Department, were you working there as a paramedic?
Yes,
Did you also have any duties in regards to being a firefighter?
yes.
And how often did you use either one of those fields in terms of the calls that you went on?
Depending on the call came in at the moment.
Are you aware of the physical requirements to be a firefighter and a paramedic when you work for that form of agency?
Yes, you need to be reasonably fit. I believe the weight that you need to be able to lift is 150 pounds.
Okay. What type of calls or what type of things would you respond to that would require you to be able to lift 150 pounds or to be physically fit?
Lifting patients, from the floor to a stretcher, from the bed to a stretcher, lifting the stretcher up to get it into the back of the ambulance.
I'm sorry if you didn't finish your response.
Yeah, it would take 2 of us because that total weight with the stretcher and the patient on it could be as much as 300 pounds, sometimes more.
What about your role as a firefighter in terms of what you physically be required to do?
I might have to drag a person out of a building, certainly have to drag hoses in and out. Sometimes those hoses are charged with water, so they're much heavier. I'd have to throw ladders on a building.
Now, in terms of your own training and the coursework that you went through as a firefighter and paramedic, can you give us a sense of what sorts of topics would be covered that you received training on prior to March of 2010?
I had my paramedic course, which covered everything from cardiology to diabetes to breathing emergencies, trauma emergencies, those sort of things. And then I did additional training where I went to a course to be certified as an instructor for terrorist bombing incidents as well.
In terms of the training and education that you received, did you receive any training in terms of signs of death?
Yes, that's
Can you tell us
part
about
of
that?
every course.
Sure.
So there's certain things that we would look for that would be obvious signs of death. Decapitation, transection of the torso, rigor mortis, lividity, and decomposition of the body.
And how often would you receive training on those subjects?
That training would be ongoing. Every 2 years, we review the basics of what we had already learned in the paramedic course.
Now, as a paramedic, when you respond to a scene, what is the first thing that you're trying to do once you get to the patient?
Assess them.
In what way?
So we would, under normal circumstances, we would be looking at the condition of the patient. If they're awake and talking to us, then we're going to ask them questions. We're going to try to figure out what's going on. We're going to check vital signs, check a pulse, blood pressure, lung sounds, those sort of things. Most likely put them on an EKG to see what their heart is doing.
What if they're not awake?
Then we're going to look for signs either for pulse, rigor mortis, lividity, where the body fluids pool to the lowest point.
And why are those topics, or why are those important to you? Why are you looking for those?
Because once the body hits that point, the patient is no longer viable.
What do you mean by that?
In other words, we're not going to start CPR. We're also not going to transport that patient. And the other one would be any sort of decomposition of the body.
Now, if I did the math right, when you were giving us some numbers earlier, in how many scenes or patients that you have seen in the course of your career, fair to say thousands?
Yes.
In terms of death, in terms of responding where a patient has died, could you estimate how many times you responded to a scene like that?
It's probably at least 100. During that particular time frame when Anne died, I responded to 8 deaths in a 3-month period of time in Brandi.
And in terms of the timeframes that you responded where the patient was deceased, fair to say it runs the gamut in terms of what that person's condition was.
Yes,
In other words, whether they were recently deceased or perhaps would have been deceased quite a while ago.
correct.
In the time that you have responded where the patient was ultimately determined to be deceased, are you able to tell us a percentage of how often you would actually do a hands-on assessment?
In most cases.
Okay. What are the cases where you wouldn't do that in?
I had a patient that while I was working for AMR that had been dead for approximately 2 weeks and had started to decompose. I would not have put my hands on that patient. Versus someone that maybe in some sort of a traffic accident or trauma type incident, then I would double check and make sure there was a pulse or wasn't. If there's rigor mortis, then there's not going to be a pulse, or lividity, there's not going to be a pulse.
Now, respect to those deceased patients, 100 or so that you say you responded to, in those calls, have you had an occasion to observe varying degrees of stiffness within those bodies?
Yes,
Can you describe what you've observed?
it's been anywhere from the jaw and the fingers being stiff to the entire body being stiff.
And why is that relevant to you in terms of which parts of the body are stiff?
That's going to tell me that the more parts of the body that are stiff, the longer they've been there, the longer they've been deceased.
This is 1.25, and it seems like they're so slow now.
In the
Maybe we
course
just
of
got
your
used to the
career-
other.
Career, did you have an occasion to respond to scenes that ultimately were determined to be a crime scene?
Yes,
And how, if anything, does that affect your response as a paramedic?
we have to protect the crime scene. If it's an unintended death and there's not an obvious cause, that's natural causes, then we have to assume it's a crime scene and try not to disturb anything that we don't absolutely need to.
And when you say assume it's a crime scene, what do you mean by that?
Basically, if a person has died and it's not determined that it's natural causes, you have to assume, until proven otherwise, that there may have been a crime. Sometimes it's easy to prove, sometimes it isn't. But that would be up to the police department to determine that.
Yara, at this point, I'm going to move into the date of offense and I'm going to start to break for lunch now.
This would be a good time.
Thank you.
All right, so they're going to
Their
lunch.
break. It's almost 1 o'clock, so we'll be asked to be back for 2 o'clock.
I'll give it some time.
All right, so we're skipping forward because we don't need to sit through their lunch break. But doesn't it seem so slow now? Maybe we got used to the 1.25 of the fast talkers, and now when you have like 1.25 of like slow talkers, it just seems like it's 0.75.
Regarding the prior court proceedings, but I agree it makes sense given what you're going to do about refreshing memory to get it now. I think the point is also for them to not speculate what those prior proceedings were, and or why they occurred, and that
So her, it's like,
and specifically telling them that they're not to
and then they get back and
in any
it's
way that there were prior court proceedings in which there was testimony. That issue, the fact that there were prior court proceedings in which there was testimony, is not relevant to the issues that they will decide in the case.
Sorry, you did?
Yep, okay.
I don't have any issue with the court saying that they should, as far as whether or not there was prior proceedings. I do have an issue with saying that they're not relevant, because to the extent that these witnesses adopted what they said previously, it's in substantively. And I don't want the jury to think that they can't consider it. And my concern with some language that would say it's not relevant, they could then decide that my entire cross-examination was a waste of their time and I don't want to be there.
Can I clarify around
Sure.
the fact that a prior court proceeding was held in which a witness testified is not relevant? But in terms of testimony or statements that the witness was examined about, those can be considered by the jury for these limited purposes.
Right, so what I was planning on.
making
saying,
sure that they don't get out of hand like yesterday.
Just to remind them that they are to limit their evaluation of this case to evidence that they received during the trial. And with that in mind, they should not speculate about or consider in any way the reason for any prior proceeding where testimony was taken in this matter. I am concerned because I agree that it's not that they should ignore what they are hearing, and it's one thing when a witness's memory is refreshed. That is something, it's really just the testimony that they should be considering. But to the extent that the prior testimony is used to impeach, and because it was sworn testimony in a prior trial, it doesn't come in just for that limited purpose. So I understand Attorney Capicchio's concern there. And again, I don't want to confuse the jury, and if the part, that's why I'm asking whether it makes sense from your perspective to do this now. I can wait. And I think we have a fairly intelligent jury. I think they intuitively understand what the attorneys are doing. I think when the attorneys are doing it, I think it's relatively clear what you are using this prior testimony for, when you are using it, or a prior police report, et cetera. And so I'm also, I would be fine saying nothing at this point, but I just thought I would put that out there. If there is some sort of agreement, I will do it. If there's some sort of, I won't hear that. So you tell me, in the end, what would you like me to do?
Okay. I'm just looking in terms of, I was able to look at the break, some language that Judge Ruth had used in this trial before when this issue came up. And so specifically, what I would suggest, Your Honor, give is language that says you have heard during the course of the testimony of some of the witnesses, references to prior court testimony or prior court proceedings. I instruct you that you are not in any way to speculate about or talk about what prior court proceedings may have happened in this case. And you're not to infer anything from the fact that there may have been prior court proceedings. I think that could then be a lead, and I don't know exactly what language your honor's planning to use in terms of the refreshing. But I think that's sort of the lead into, however, it is relevant under these circumstances, so you can understand why a witness's memory is being refreshed. Again, I don't know what language you're going to use, but I think you're saying it can't be considered for this, but it is relevant, it can be considered, and I'm giving you an understanding of how it is, can be used by you.
So why don't we do this? I don't think it's necessary to give this instruction at this moment or even today, but I've raised the issue. And I suppose it also goes to whether I instruct on impeachment. And again, it's a bit more complicated here because we have statements that are maybe inconsistent statements that are coming from police reports, but we also have statements coming from prior sworn testimony. So it may be more confusing to instruct on that. And again, just for your consideration. So I'm going to table this. We'll just proceed with this. I think so long as, if I'm going to give this instruction, I'd like to give it early on in this trial, but we are still early. So just given that there's a disagreement, and both parties, I don't think I've had enough time to sort of decide what their position really is. I'm not going to give any instruction at this point. We'll just finish with this witness. And then my understanding is that after this witness, Hamilton intends to call Dr. Richmond.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So you may recall from my endorsement on a motion concerning or the extent to which Dr. Richmond can rely on information she received from Trooper McGarrion, that I believe I indicated that if Trooper McGarrion had not been called prior to her testimony, that I would conduct a voir dire on the specific issue of whether Dr. Richmond could be meaningfully cross-examined on that point. So again, what I have in mind is a very sort of narrow, or narrowly focused voir dire on that issue. I have read the transcript of her prior testimony. I don't need any background or a lead up to the relevant part, but what I'm looking for is testimony that will cover A, to the extent that she relied on any information that she provided. My recollection is that she made reference to him in her testimony on a number of occasions, but it's not clear to me what actual information he provided that she relied on, at least information that he came by directly, as opposed to simply conveying what other first responders told him. And those first responders, I believe, will have all testified.
He needs to.
She takes the stand. To the extent that she relied on him, then the question is, can the defense cross-examine her on those underlying facts in a way that's meaningful? So if her response is time and time again on salient points, you have to ask Trooper McGarrion about that, then that may cause some concern for me. So that's what I have in mind. I'm thinking if we finish with this witness, we can take perhaps an afternoon break. The voir dire shouldn't take more than, say, 15 minutes.
Closed captions aren't available.
It should be very narrow. And then
I don't know why it's not on this one or the other one.
testimony of the jury, then that's what we'll do after that. Okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
They were yesterday, but today they say unavailable. Trying the jury. Shereen said y'all are being thirsty. You should have seen him yesterday. I had to end chat. I sent everybody home to take a shower.
For silent session.
It was funny though.
May I call you on?
May.
Thank you. Mr. Pandora, before the break, we were speaking about your various career background and your qualifications as a firefighter and paramedic. I just want to show you a document here. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
What do you recognize that to be?
it's my resume.
Okay, does that outline the various topics that you covered this morning in terms of your educational background, training, and experience?
Yes,
Here, at this point, just ask Becky Marks for identification.
H for ID.
I want to turn to the date of March 29, 2010. Do you remember working as a paramedic on that date?
yes,
Okay. And do you remember where you were located at approximately 7:15 p.m. that night?
prior to the call coming in, I was at the station
Okay.
conducting a union meeting,
Okay. And what station was that?
fire station. in
Okay.
Glen.
And is that where you worked as of March 29, 2010?
Yes,
And can you just remind us what role you worked at the Brandi fire as of that particular date?
I was the ambulance coordinator. I think at that time I was also, had been promoted to a lieutenant.
Okay. And did you also respond yourself in that role to scenes?
Yes,
Okay. During the union meeting, did you receive a phone call from someone,
yes, from the fire chief.
the fire chief? Is that correct?
Yes,
Is that your boss?
yes.
Okay. And did he, what information did he provide to you? Yes. I'll ask another question then. As a response to information that he provided to you, did you go to a certain location?
I did. He asked me to go to 18 Barton Street.
Okay. And at the time that you were told, or he asked you to respond to 18 Martin Street, what was your understanding of why you were being asked to respond there?
My understanding is there was a domestic incident that he wanted me to go there and report back to him.
Okay. Do you know if you obtained that information from the fire chief or another source, if you know?
I don't recall.
Okay. But nonetheless, he's the one that asked you to go to that location.
That's correct.
Okay. And when you heard the address of 18 Barton Street, did you know just based on the address who lived at that location?
Yes,
Okay. And was that something that was relayed to you, or that's just something you knew based on the address?
I knew.
Okay. And who did you know to live there?
Cara Rintala and Annamarie Cochrane.
How did you know that they lived at, well, let me ask you more clearly. Did you know that they lived there in part because of your work with them?
Yes,
Okay. Can you tell us about your experience working with the defendant, Cara Rintala?
I worked with her when we were at AMR. And then after AMR, I went to the fire department. Knowing that she lived in town, I recruited her or asked her if she wanted to work part-time shifts as a paramedic in Brandi.
Okay. And did she accept that offer?
Yes,
Okay. So you worked with her at both AMR and also the Brandi Fire Department?
correct.
How many years prior to March of 2010 would you say you knew and worked with the defendant, Cara Rintala?
Probably 10 or 15 years, I'm not 100% sure.
During that time frame, how would you describe your relationship with her?
Butterfield.
Cordial.
Was it simply coworkers, or would you spend time together socially outside of work?
We didn't do anything socially.
Okay.
We were co-workers and somewhat friends.
Got along with one another?
Yes,
What about Annamarie? How long did you know her as of March 2010?
about the same amount of time.
And how did you know her?
Working at AMR, and I also recruited her to come work part-time as a paramedic in Brandi.
Okay. At any point, were you in a supervisory position over Cara or Annamarie
Yes, when I was the ambulance coordinator
at Brandi Fire
at
Department?
Brandi Fire Department.
Okay. And as a result of that, were you aware of the defendant's level of certification?
Yes,
And what was she certified as?
certified as a paramedic.
Okay,
I also knew that she worked for another fire department.
okay. And
Butterfield.
did you have the opportunity, as a result of working with her and being her supervisor, to know what her physical fitness level was at that period of time?
Yes,
And what was that?
she was fit, could basically do her job very well.
Do you see Cara Rintala here in the courtroom?
I do.
Can you please point to where she is?
She's over there in the blue shirt.
And the record reflections identify the time.
Well,
After you got the call to respond to the scene, are you able to tell us approximately how long it took you to get there?
Oh. Yeah,
From the
I repinned
station,
the
it
wrong
was
one.
Probably about 4 minutes.
And did you know, before you got to the scene, if any other paramedics were also responding or were already there?
Yes,
What did you know?
Gene Oz was on duty as the paramedic for the evening. And there were also 2 EMTs on.
Okay. And were you aware that Gene was responding as well?
Yes,
Okay. Did he get there before or after you, if you remember?
before I did.
Okay. When you got to the scene, who was there?
It was Gary Poehler, police officer, at the time Sergeant Mark Smith, and Gene Oz.
Okay. Was there anyone else in the house?
Just Cara.
Okay. So just the four of them?
Yes.
At that period of time? When you got to the scene, did you speak to anyone outside without getting into any content? Do you remember speaking to anyone outside the residence?
I believe I spoke to Gary Fuller.
Okay. Did you enter the residence?
I did.
What door did you use?
The side door in between the house and the garage.
Okay. Now, when you entered the house, do you remember seeing anyone inside?
Yeah, Gene Oz was inside. Kara was inside.
Okay. Do you remember anyone else?
I don't recall where Mark Smith was at that point in time.
Okay. And where did you see Jean and the defendant?
In the kitchen area.
Did you actually go into the kitchen area of the home?
Just stepped in it from the doorway.
Okay. At that point, were you able to make any observations of the defendant in the kitchen area?
I did.
What was that?
That she had paint on her clothing and also appeared to be some dried blood on the clothing as well.
Okay. In terms of her demeanor, what did you observe?
She seemed to be upset
Was she
Real
making
Lucy.
any statements that you were able to hear at that point in time?
that Anne was dead.
And do you know if she was directing that statement to you or to someone else, if you know?
She was just saying it in general.
Okay. How long would you estimate you were in the kitchen area?
Initially, maybe 5 minutes.
Okay. Where did you go next, or what did you do?
I went with Gary Poehler and went downstairs where Anne was
And what was your purpose of going towards the basement, or
to
into the basement?
into the basement to make an observation of what condition Anne's body was in.
And why was that something that was important to you at that time?
Because I was told by Gary Poehler that she was dead.
Okay. And why did you go to the basement in your role as a paramedic responding to the scene?
So to confirm that she was in fact dead.
At the time that you did that, do you remember if you were aware whether or not Jean Oss had already gone to the basement?
At that time, I wasn't aware.
Okay. Were you aware at the time that you went to the basement as to whether or not you would be required to write any form of documentation about your response to the scene?
Yes, since Jean was with Kara in the kitchen, I was going to write up a patient care report.
Okay, can you tell us what that is?
So anytime you go to a call where there's a patient involved, you need to document a report
Okay, and what
on
was
what you found and what you did.
okay, was it your plan to fill that out that night?
Yes,
And did you do that?
yes.
Okay. And when you got to the basement, can you tell us where specifically in the basement you went?
I went down the stairs to the floor. From there, I don't recall how far I went in, but I went in enough so I could see Anne's full body.
Okay, onto the floor of the basement?
Yes,
Okay, were you able to see her full body from your vantage point?
yes.
Can you just tell us generally what the scene of that basement looked like? What did you take note of when you first got to the basement?
Anne was on her back. Her hands were up near her head, raised up off the floor. There was a significant amount of wet paint that was on the floor on top of her body as well.
Okay,
Don't say fresh.
Also, her skin was purplish in color, like the fluids had settled. There was a little bit of blood around the corners of her mouth.
okay. Now, you indicated that you observed what you described as it was wet paint.
Yes,
And how did you know it was wet?
it had a glossy look to it. Didn't appear
Careful.
that any of it had crusted over or dried.
If I could just show on the presenter what's been marked as exhibit number 6. Are you able to see that TV next to you?
Yes,
Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
yes,
What is it?
that's Anne lying on the floor with the wet paint and her hands raised up off the floor.
Does this photo accurately depict what you were able to see essentially from the bottom of the basement stairs?
Yes,
Okay. And is the paint consistent with where you saw the paint when you arrived there?
yes,
Now, you also indicated that you were able to see some coloring on Anne's body. Can you
Yes.
just tell us what you observed and where on her body?
in her face and her arm area.
What did you see?
Dark purplish, bluish skin color.
And why was that something that you noted or that was important to you?
Well, that tells me the bluish color that she's not getting any oxygen whatsoever. I also noticed that her chest wasn't moving, so she was not breathing. And it also appeared with all the color to the front that that's where the fluids had settled.
Can you describe what you mean by that?
So when a person's heart stops and they've been there long enough, all of the fluids settle to the lowest point, which in this case, it was on the front of the body, but my assumption is the body at one point was face down.
And you believe that based on the pooling or the,
On the pooling of the fluids and the rigor mortis,
okay. What did you observe regarding rigor mortis?
that the hands were up off the floor by her head, as is depicted, and they were slightly off the floor.
What specifically was slightly off the floor?
The hands, the wrist, part of the forearm,
Are you able to estimate at all approximately how far off the floor those areas of her wrist, hand, and arm are?
it was a few inches. I didn't measure it.
Okay. Of what significance was that back to you?
That told me that she was in rigor mortis at that point.
Do you remember whether or not you actually approached and touched Anne's body?
Sitting here today, I don't recall whether or not I did.
Based on what you were able to observe visually, as you just described, did you make any determinations or decisions about Anne and her care?
Yes, with the lividity and rigor mortis, she was not going to be able to be resuscitated.
Okay, and so you did not attempt
Did
resuscitation
not.
efforts? Okay. And did you know that ultimately in the patient care report that you indicated you needed to fill out?
Yes,
Who was it that said that they had seen a trial before where somebody used paint to cover the crime scene, get rid of evidence?
Specifically speaking of the patient care report, do you remember when you filled that out?
it was at the scene.
Okay. Do you have the paperwork with you?
Yeah, I normally carry paperwork in my private vehicle.
After you were in the basement, did you go back upstairs?
Yes,
Okay, did you know if you remained in the house or went outside?
I remained in the house for a few minutes and then I went outside to write the report.
Okay, and did you do that outside of the house?
Yes, I actually did it on the hood of a cruiser.
Okay. Now, when you wrote that medical report, what sources of information were you using to put information into that report?
My observations of what I saw at the bottom of the stairs.
Okay. Did your medical report also include any statements that the defendant made?
I don't believe it did.
I just want to show you a document here, sir. Do you recognize this?
Yes, that would have been the report that I wrote.
And this is the one you filled out that we've been talking about?
Yes.
Okay, just looking at this section here and some of the information that's located in that, I just want you to be able to read this to yourself first. Have you had a chance to read that?
Yes,
Okay. And
They said something about where it was bought.
Some information regarding the last time Anne was seen alive.
yeah, it was around 10 o'clock.
If I could just ask the next question. I believe the answer yes would stand.
Okay, so, sure.
They said they knew where the paint was bought, right? They had the receipts. This is the only trial that we're watching that I have not taken notes on because it was a last minute trial. I've done no previous research and I'm kind of researched out. So I'm just watching this along with y'all. So forgive me if I don't remember things because I have to take notes because I multitask while I'm doing this. But didn't they say that they had the receipts? I know like they were joking about the Walmart paint department, or Home Depot or whatever it was. I think they said where they got it, right? He does look like Butterfield. Handsome fella. There we go. I'm going to go right now.
Mr. Bender, I think I asked you a few minutes ago if you remember whether or not you overheard the defendant making any statements, particularly in regards to the time she last saw Anne alive. Do you remember hearing from her make any statements in that regard?
Yes, which I think I documented in my report as around 10 a.m.
Okay. And having looked at that report, does that refresh your memory about hearing that
It
statement?
does.
Okay. And she said that she last saw Anne alive at 10 a.m. in the morning?
Yes,
Okay. And you documented that?
yes.
Always a
At
long
some
line.
point, you remember going into the garage area at the house,
Yes.
and you remember why you went into the garage area.
The first time, Cara had requested her cell phone so that she could make some phone calls.
Okay.
So I retrieved her pocketbook and cell phone from the garage.
And so she asked for those to be retrieved,
Correct.
and you were willing to do that?
Yes,
And did you go out to retrieve those items?
I did.
What vehicle did you retrieve the items from? If you remember.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Okay.
I thought it might have been her truck, but
Gotcha.
I'm not 100% positive.
Let's do, which part of the answer?
Students, everything after, I'm not really sure.
Okay, sustain.
Sorry, Judge.
Members of the jury, I'm striking the part of the answer that occurs after this witness indicated that he wasn't really sure.
Thank you. Did you go out to a vehicle in the garage?
Yes,
Was it parked inside the garage?
yes,
Okay. And did you retrieve a pocketbook and a cell phone?
I did.
And do you remember where in the vehicle those items were located?
I believe they were in the front seat, front passenger seat.
Where did you take those items after you retrieved them?
I brought them into the kitchen and gave them to Cara.
Okay. And do you remember seeing Cara, the defendant, using that cell phone
Yes,
after you brought it to her?
yes,
Thank you. Do you remember going back out to the same vehicle a second time?
yes.
And what was the reason for that?
I needed to get the diaper bag for their daughter, Brianna,
And why did you need to get that?
because Brianna was next door at the neighbors and they didn't have anything to change her in.
Do you remember who requested you to get the diaper bag?
I believe it was Cara.
And did you go out to do that?
I did.
Do you remember where in that vehicle you found the diaper bag?
That would be in the back seat.
And after you got the diaper bag, what did you do with that?
I brought it next door to the neighbor's house.
Do you remember at some point members of the state police arriving at the scene?
Yes,
And do you remember whether or not your two trips out to the vehicle were before or after the state police arrived?
before.
Do you remember when you went out to the vehicle on either occasion to get the defendant's pocketbook and cell phone or to get the diaper bag, seeing any food within that vehicle?
Yes, there was a container of macaroni and cheese.
Where did you see that?
It was on the console in the middle.
On the console in the middle?
Yeah, in between the driver's seat and passenger seat.
Did you leave it there?
Yes,
Okay.
They brought up that
After
macaroni and
the,
cheese a lot.
State police arrived on scene. Did something change in terms of people being in the home?
yes. The first state trooper that arrived requested that we did not go back in the house,
Okay. And did everyone abide by that?
as far as I know.
Okay. At that time, do you remember if you had re-entered the home or were you outside? If you know.
I believe I was outside.
Okay. And did you stay outside after that?
I did, after he had said everybody needed to be outside.
Now, you indicated that you were very familiar with the defendant and Annamarie, correct?
Correct.
Through your work.
Yes,
And I know you indicated before that you didn't necessarily spend time outside of work socially, but while you were at work, would you socialize?
yes,
Would
on
you
occasion.
speak about each other's personal lives?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember, or did you come to learn from Cara why she left the Brandi Fire Department? Or why Ann left the Brandi Fire Department?
Judge, you want to ask whatever she may have learned from Ann?
My question was about Ann or Cara leaving the Brandi Fire Department, but from the mouth of the defendant, Cara Rintala.
If you could just, because I wasn't clear about that, so if you could just ask that question again.
Okay. Did you ever learn from the defendant, Cara, directly, why her or Ann left the Brandi Fire Department?
The initial conversation was there were a lot of calls going on at her regular job in Ludlow, but also that they were having some problems that they needed to try to work out.
Okay. And do you remember the defendant making any specific statements to you as to what at least one of those problems may have been?
Yes, she had told me that Ann had opened a credit card in Cara's name and charged $25,000 on it.
Jeez.
And what, did she indicate what her reaction was to finding out that information?
She was upset, but she made the statement that she was going to let the divorce lawyers handle it.
Do you remember when approximately that conversation occurred?
I don't.
But you know, it was prior to, or do you know if it was prior to Ann's death?
It was prior.
Thank you. I have no further questions, John.
Second. Sir, is it fair to say that today's the first time you said anything about dried blood on Cara Rintala?
I don't believe it was the first day.
Okay, so let's start with your report. Can you tell me where in your report it says dried blood that you saw on Cara Rintala? Your statement?
You got to read through all that to look for dried blood. She's a bulldog, though, man. Look, I would want that kind of attorney fighting for me.
Yeah, it's in there.
Dried blood or just blood?
Uh-oh.
On Ann herself, I didn't mention dried in that statement.
Now, Cara didn't mention dried blood either, did you?
I don't recall.
Take a look, sir.
Doesn't look like I said dried.
Didn't say dried in your statement you gave, and fair to say, sir, your statement you gave on March 30th, 2010, is that right?
March.
Correct.
And you,
March
it's fair to say your memory would have been fresher then than it is today, is that right?
Yes.
And sir, we talked a little bit about your report that you did in this case. You didn't mention anything about dried blood on either Cara Rintala or Ann Rintala in your report, did you, sir?
It doesn't look like I did.
Then, no, sir, you haven't mentioned that?
It doesn't look like it.
Then, sir, you remember giving some testimony in February of 2013, where you were asked about what you saw regarding Cara Rintala. Is it fair to say you didn't say anything about dried blood then either, sir?
I don't recall if I did or not.
This is page 73, lines 14 to 16. Could you read the highlighted lines to yourself, please, sir?
Okay.
Does that refresh your memory, sir, as to whether or not, when you testified under oath in 2013, you never said anything about dried blood on Cara Rintala?
According to that, no.
Then, sir, if we can, sorry. Then, sir, if we can jump to January 13th of 2014. Remember not saying anything about dried blood when you testified on January 13th of 2014 on Cara Rintala.
I don't recall.
This is page 118, lines 6 through 8. Can you read the highlighted portion to yourself, please, sir?
I didn't mention it in those lines.
And you were under oath at that time, is that fair to say, sir?
Yes.
Now, sir. Do you also remember testifying in (2016), specifically September 15th of 2016, and not mentioning anything about dried blood when you were describing Cara and what she looked like that night?
I don't recall if I
Page
did.
140, lines 2 through 7. Can you read those to yourself, please, sir?
It doesn't look like I mentioned it.
It didn't say anything about. When you made your observations of Glen Rintala, you went downstairs and you stood on the bottom of the stairs. Is that where you were when you made the observations?
I was on the basement floor
The basement floor, right at the bottom of the stairs.
in that general vicinity.
And you have any memory of touching the body, is that right?
I don't.
Okay. And sir, it was from that vantage point that you determined that there was rigor, is that right?
Correct,
So standing at the bottom of the stairs, looking at the body, is that right?
correct.
Do you also remember other observations that you made at that time of Cara Rintala?
I don't recall which ones you're referring to.
It was a bad question, let me try it again. You could see Cara Rintala's entire body from where you were standing, right?
Correct,
Had no trouble seeing any part of her body, right?
correct,
Including her face, her legs, any part that you could see the entire body, is that right?
correct.
And do you remember, sir, from that vantage point, when you first wrote your report, saying that there were no signs of trauma to Cara Rintala's body?
Correct, referring to broken bones, major lacerations, major bleeding.
But you used the term no signs of trauma, right?
I did use that term.
And did you see bruising on her face?
I did.
And that wasn't trauma to you? Bruising on her face?
In my report, I was referring to major trauma such as broken bones, major cuts, major bleeding.
Not right now, sir. Would you agree that bruising on the face is trauma?
In a technical term, it could be.
Well, it's your report, sir. In a technical term, bruising on the face is trauma, right? Someone has bruises on the face, there's some trauma, right?
I would assume there would be.
Okay. And your report says no trauma, right?
In that report, I was referring to the bones and major cuts.
Now, sir, you told us on direct examination about some conversations that you said you had with Cara Rintala. You remember that testimony?
Yes,
And do you remember, I think it's on March 30th, 2010, giving a statement to the police department?
Yes.
Being interviewed.
yes,
And you reviewed that statement, is that fair to say?
yes,
And you initialed that statement, is that fair to say?
yes.
Now, sir, can you show me where in the statement, or do you have a memory in the statement, sir, of ever saying that Cara Rintala told you the last time she spoke to Ann was 10 a.m.?
I don't recall if I mentioned that in the statement. I know it was in my run report.
That's what I'm asking, sir. I'm asking about your statement that you gave to the police. Is the 10 a.m. comment that you have in your report reference when you gave your long interview to the police the next day?
Yeah, I don't see where I might have mentioned the exact time.
You didn't mention any time about Cara Rintala ever telling you that the last time she spoke to Annamarie was 10 a.m. in your statement to the police. Is that fair to say, sir?
I don't see it in there, that's correct.
Well, you think you said it and then you write it down?
I'm not saying that. I'm
Okay,
saying it's
you didn't say it.
not there.
Now, sir, we also talked to the prosecutor a little bit about conversations that you had with Cara Rintala prior to this evening, the night of March 29, 2010. Do you remember those conversations?
I do.
And something about Ann had opened a credit card in Cara's name and had charged $25,000.
Yes,
And Ann didn't say anything, Cara didn't say anything like, I'm gonna kill her, right?
not that I recall.
Well, that's not what you gave in the statement, right? You said I'm gonna let the divorce attorneys handle it, right?
Yes, and that's what I just testified to.
So there wasn't any comment like, I can't take it, I can't believe she did that. The comment by Cara Rintala was, I'm gonna let the divorce attorneys handle it, is that right?
That's what she had said to me.
Um, Now, sir, you also talked to Ann Rintala before the divorce, right?
Correct,
Or while you were, before March 29, 2010, is that right?
correct.
And do you remember when you were interviewed on the 30th of March 2010, making the statement that Ann called me and was talking about a pending divorce and basically asked how she could stop the divorce?
Yes,
And that was sometime before she was killed on March 29th of 2010, is that right?
correct.
And do you remember giving her some advice about how she could stop the divorce?
Objection.
Sorry, advice to whom?
To Ann Rintala. It's in a statement.
Overruled.
Do you remember giving some advice to Ann Rintala about how she could stop the divorce?
I do.
What did you tell her to do?
Contact the courts.
The objection is seriously, Your Honor.
Can I see the parties?
I'm like, a little bit scared of her. She has like that angry mom voice.
Do you remember being told before you even got to the scene that this was a domestic incident?
I don't think so.
I don't recall if I was told that or not. I might have been.
This is paragraph 2 of the statement given on the 30th. You read paragraph 2 to yourself, please, sir. So does that refresh your memory?
Yep.
As to whether or not, when you spoke to the police on the 30th, you had a memory back then, and I know it's the 30th of March 2010, you had a memory back
March.
then that this one I was a domestic, is that right?
I believe so.
That's what you wrote in your, that's what your
Right.
report, right?
I believe I heard that on the standard, yes.
Okay.
In March.
I have no further questions, thank you.
All right, sir, you can step down.
He's like, get me out of here.
Members of the jury, there's a short matter I have to attend to, so we're going to take, we typically won't take a break in the afternoon. We are going to take a break this afternoon for about 15 minutes.
These rocks, you got this on the news.
All rise. I want to hear from the boyfriend. Right? But you know that attitude can come across like that can rub jurors the wrong way sometimes. So it can kind of backfire on them.
Yes, if I could just clarify, is this court's inquiry or the parties?
So I will let the parties inquire. I'll let the panel start again. The first question I have is to what extent is actually relied upon information from Trooper McGarry and whether that information came directly from him in terms of his own sort of observations or as opposed to him conveying information that has been admitted through other witnesses who testified about their sort of direct contact with the alleged victim or their observations at the scene. So that's part one, to the extent that Dr. Ray narrows it. And perhaps it narrows it to 0, I don't know. But as to that, then then I would be interested in, not interested, but the second issue is whether she could be cross-examined in a meaningful way if Trooper McGarry doesn't testify, and he hasn't testified yet, so assuming right now that we don't have his testimony, so so that's the issue, whether, and it's just as to information that she relied on from Trooper McGarry.
So let me just to clarify, the first issue you're on, the extent to which you relied upon Trooper McGarry. Just as a representation, I do expect in my past conversations with her and her past testimony that she did become privy to some information from Trooper McGarry in the stages when she was forming her opinion. However, it's not our intention to ask her on direct about anything she learned.
I understand that.
Okay.
So and this is not the point of the board here. If she's going to, so she wouldn't be able to, no matter what, she wouldn't be able to testify on direct examination about anything that Trooper McGarry sort of relayed to her or any information he gave. She's not to mention him or any information that came exclusively from him on direct examination. That would be up to the defendant to address if the defendant chooses to on cross-examination, but only the defendant will be able to open that door or those doors. But the case law still requires that the defendant have a meaningful ability to cross-examine. And again, here it's only as to her reliance on Trooper McGarry. And it kind of depends upon whether, I don't quite know how I'm going to do this, but that, so it's not enough for you to concede that she won't make any reference on direct examination to Trooper McGarry or anything that he provided her.
Yes, that's understood. So, like, I guess what I'm really getting at is the real question here whether, without taking into account anything she may have heard from Trooper McGarry, she still has a sufficient foundation upon which to form an opinion about which she can be crossed.
Perhaps, but let's see what she says about to what the extent to which she relied on McGarry, and then we can talk about that quickly. Whether, again, if McGarry simply is the conduit, if he's simply the one who tells her what the other witnesses observed, I don't know. I don't recall whether McGarry actually examined the alleged victim's body at the scene, but whether he and I take it this comes down to, in this case, I think, the time of death. Her opinion is the time of death, not so much other aspects of Dr. Richmond's testimony. So if McGarry doesn't examine the alleged victim himself, I don't, it simply is reporting what these other witnesses have said, unless he somehow does that in a way that's misleading. Then I don't know whether Dr. Richmond is actually relying upon him in forming her opinion. But if he did make some observations and that were his own, not simply relayed to him, whether he examined the alleged victim's body himself or made some observations, direct observations that would go to time of death, the state of the alleged victim's body at the scene, and that information was relayed in a way that was arguably deceptive or incomplete. In other words, if the issue is what McGarry did, for example, he told Dr. Richmond this, but he never put any of that in his report. And he would be the one who would be cross-examined about that, because Dr. Richmond would say, I don't know if he put it in his report, or I don't, you'd have to ask him. Do you understand?
I believe so.
Okay, well, why don't we just put it on the stand? And
He
if
said,
need
I
to interject,
think so.
I will. I haven't.
Maybe.
See, I'm not articulating this, and it's sort of forming in my head because I don't know what she's going to say. And again, it's what that means, what meaningful cross-examination means. I don't quite. I haven't seen that sort of explained in the case law, but I guess that we're going to see what that looks like. So, can we bring her in?
Yes, if I could just, Your Honor, this was not a procedure or step that Dr. Richmond was aware was going to happen. Can I just step out and let her know what's happening?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
It's like they fight about every witness. Not fight. Debate. Oops. All right, hold on. We're going to do our 5 seconds.
Of the court.
My name is Glen.
Oops. There we go.
Proceed, Your Honor.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the court?
My name is Joanne Richmond, JoAnnRichmond.
And am I correct, Dr. Richmond, that you are the forensic pathologist who conducted the autopsy on Annamarie Rintala back in 2010?
Yes, I am.
And you're aware that you're here to testify before the jury about Annamarie's cause of death and manner of death, correct?
Yes.
As well as offer an opinion about the time frame in which you believe she may have died. Is that right? A time of death opinion?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'd like to just ask you a couple of questions about that time of death opinion. In reaching the opinion that you are prepared to offer, did you rely upon statements or observations and descriptions of Ann's body that came from two police officers who physically rotated her body?
I thought it was one paramedic and a police officer.
Yes.
Okay, yes,
So part of the basis of your opinion is information from one or more police officers, correct?
yes,
And is the basis of your opinion also what you learned as far as observations or descriptions from one or more paramedics?
yes,
And you also reviewed some information in this case about Anne-Marie's cell phone usage on March 29th, correct?
correct.
And based upon those sources of information, the police officers, the paramedics, cell phone information, did you also review photos from the crime scene?
Yes,
And based upon those materials, are you comfortable to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as a forensic pathologist in offering a time of death opinion in this case?
yes.
Now, at some point during this investigation back in 2010 or so, do you recall any conversations that you had with a Massachusetts State Police Trooper, Jamie McGarry?
Yes.
What do you recall?
Oh, I remember he called me up. I'm not exactly sure when, but he asked me how soon a body would be ice cold and stiff as a board.
And that was a phone call?
Yes,
Okay. You're not quite sure when that phone call happened?
correct.
Okay.
I don't remember how it was in relation to the first call information or the autopsy. I'm not sure.
Is that the extent of what you remember him saying to you over the phone?
Yes,
Do you recall whether or not you met with him at a later date or learned any additional information from him?
at a later date, I remember meeting, I believe, with you and with him,
Okay.
and we discussed the case.
Do you remember any new or additional information that he specifically gave you at that point?
Not that I remember, no.
And to what extent does your opinion about the time of death in this case depend or hinge upon Trooper McGarry?
It doesn't.
That's all. Your Honor, if I'm understanding the scope of the hearing, I think I'm sitting down now.
Yes, you're sitting down now.
Thank you.
Sitting down.
Good afternoon, Dr. Richmond.
Hello?
I just have a couple of questions for you based on what you just told the prosecutor. You told the prosecutor that you didn't rely on Trooper McGarry's information in determining time of death. Is that right?
Well, he never really gave me information that I remember. I just remember him asking me a question.
Do you remember testifying in 2016, September 19th, and being asked the question, now one of the descriptions of Ann's body that you relied upon in estimating her time of death came from Trooper McGarry, correct? And your answer was yes. Remember that, ma'am?
No,
Approach the Your Honor. Oh, sorry. I apologize. This is page 9, September 19th, 2016. Can you please read lines 10 through 13 to yourself, please, Doctor?
yes, I see that, but I don't remember that. I don't remember Trooper McGarry telling me anything.
No.
No.
But you agree that you testified, that you relied on his opinion in determining the time of death back in 2016 when you testified, right?
So that's what it says.
You don't have any reason to doubt that, do you, Doctor?
No, I would have told the truth.
Now, you remember being asked on that same day, why is it that you felt comfortable relying on his, Trooper McGarry's, description of how stiff Ann's body was? You remember your answer being, Jamie McGarry is a trooper assigned to the district attorney's office. The trooper assigned to the DA's office, a very specialized group of state troopers. They go to every death scene, they go to every autopsy, so they see bodies in the beginning of the death scene, and they see bodies when I do my autopsy. I've worked with Trooper McGarry for many years, and he has been to many autopsies. And when they're there, they learn. I teach, they learn. You know what I'm saying that?
Well, it sounds like something I would say, yes.
Can you just review your testimony? This is lines 14 through 24 on page 9 of the 2016 testimony.
Sounds like something I'd say.
Did you have a chance to review that, Doctor?
Yes. Mhm.
Is that in fact what you said in 2016 under oath
I assume so, yes.
about Trooper McGarry?
What he does, he comes to the autopsies and he's experienced.
Well, not what he does, why you relied on his description of what he saw that night. That's what you talked about, right?
Well, I don't remember what his description was that he saw
I'm
that.
not asking you to remember, I'm asking you whether or not,
You are. It's okay, so.
all right, sorry,
If
Judge.
you could just sort of slow down a little bit.
Sure.
It's not helpful for me.
Let me clarify. I'm not asking whether or not you remember what Trooper McGarry's description was. I'm not asking you that. I'm asking you whether or not when you testified in 2016, you said that you felt comfortable relying on him his description of how stiff Ian's body was, for all of these reasons that you listed about him being in the CPAC unit going to autopsies. Did you say that in 2016?
That he goes to all the autopsies, yes, and he's very experienced. I don't remember him telling me how stiff Anne's body was.
It's not what I'm asking.
Okay, I'm sorry.
And maybe it's a bad question, so let me try again. You were asked the question, why is it that you felt comfortable relying on his description of how stiff Anne's body was? You see that question right here?
Yes.
And your answer is all of the stuff about the DA's office and Trooper McGarry and going to autopsy, right?
Yes.
Okay.
He doesn't recall that.
And you were asked further why you were relying on Trooper McGarry's estimate or description of the stiffness of the body. You were asked the question, have you specifically engaged in any sort of informal teaching with Trooper McGarry at the time he's attended autopsies of yours? And your answer was yes. Do you remember testifying to that?
I know, but I know that that's true.
Okay.
Okay.
And that's why you were relying on Trooper McGarry's, you don't remember what it was, but that's why you felt comfortable relying on his description, right?
If he had described it to me, I would rely on it, yes.
Okay. And then I just have a minute, right? There's only two more that I have. Yes, sorry. You remember being, well, you never actually went to the crime scene, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And so you said, when you were speaking to 88 Dagny, that you got a call from Trooper McGarry, is that right?
Sometime either before or during or after the autopsy, yeah. I'm not exactly sure when, but it was
Well, do
somewhere.
you remember testifying that it was that night that you got a call from Trooper McGarry?
No, I don't remember that.
Okay. Do you remember but you do remember Trooper McGarry asking you a question about how long it would take a body to develop lividity based on the fact that the body was cold or stiff, right?
He didn't ask me about lividity. He never talked about lividity.
Time of death.
He asked me how soon, or if a body could become cold as ice and stiff as a board, how soon that would be.
And cold as ice and stiff as a board. You got that description from Trooper McGarry, right?
Yes, I believe so, yes.
And based on his question and that description, you gave him a range of when you believed, well, you gave a range of a time of death, not an exact time, but a range, is that right?
His question was such that I gave him the response for a fully rigored body, cold, ice cold, and stiff. It would be 6 to 8 hours.
And you've made that determination of 6 to 8 hours based on Trooper McGarry's description of ice cold and stiff, is that right?
No, the 6 to 8 hours comes from my training and experience.
But you were answering the question about 6 to 8 hours, right? Or about the cold and stiff, right?
He asked me how soon would a body become cold as ice and stiff as a board.
Okay. And you answered 6 to 8 hours, is that right?
Yes,
Now,
What's that game? Stiff as a light as a feather, stiff as a board. Every time they say that, I think about that game. Light as a feather, stiff as a board.
you just said you recall getting a call from Trooper McGarry while he was at the crime scene. This is January 13, 2014, lines 7 through 9. Do you remember testifying in 2014 that you received a call from the scene and that you talked directly to Trooper McGarry?
no, I don't.
Can you review lines 6 through 9 to yourself?
Okay, my memory at that time was, it was Trooper McGarry, yes.
Okay. And your memory would have been fresher in 2014 than it is today in 2023. Would you agree with that, Doctor?
Yes,
I have one more, Your Honor.
It's funny that think about how split everybody is on her right now. That's the same way.
Now, Doctor, one of the things you told
Juries
the
are,
prosecutor
too.
initially is that you were relying on a report about how Anna-Rintala's body was rolled by a paramedic and a police officer. Is that right?
yes.
And you got that information from Trooper McGarry, is that right?
No,
You didn't?
No.
Who'd you get that from?
from reading the reports.
Well, ma'am, you didn't read the reports that night on the 29th, right?
No, but I didn't determine the time of death on the 29th either.
When did you determine the time of death?
Sometime later,
When?
after the entire autopsy and all the information was known.
So if the autopsy happened,
Your Honor, may I interject that we bit a far field from this board here?
I think this line of questioning is
I
important.
thought we were focusing on Trooper McGarry.
No, I think it's still relevant. I think the question here is whether Dr. Richmond, to what extent she relied on Trooper McGarry's representations. And so this goes to whether she had formed an opinion based on a conversation she had.
Jury is not in the room, Lindsay Hendricks.
That same evening, as opposed to later after reviewing reports of the other first responders. So that's what I'm hearing. I think that is still relevant. I don't want to go much beyond that, and I don't want this to go on much longer, but it is relevant. So go ahead, Attorney Cuccio.
Thank you, Your Honor. And you said you determined the cause of death sometime after the autopsy, is that right?
The cause of death, yes.
And you determined the time of death sometime after the autopsy, is that right?
Yes, it would be afterwards.
Okay, and as you sit here today, do you know how far after the autopsy? Was it a month, a day, a year?
I have no idea. No, I don't remember.
Okay. And you said something to the prosecutor about relying on reports. Do you remember that testimony?
Well, which reports?
Well, do you remember testifying that you never looked at the first responders' reports until 1 week prior to the first trial?
I don't remember that, but I don't know for sure.
That's what I Your Honor. Okay, give me that second. Just 1 second, Judge. I thought I had to have one of my tabs fell out.
They're determining what parts of her testimony
I'm going to direct your
she
attention to
are going to be
trial 1.
able to be talked about, because they're saying that some of the parts of her testimony she based on
PSA. Well,
other people saying stuff.
This is lines 1 through 9 on page 155. Can you read lines 1 through 9 to yourself on page 155 of trial 1?
Page 155?
Yes.
What lines?
1 through 9, I think, I'm just out of here. Can I chance to read that, Doctor?
Yes.
And does that refresh your memory as to whether or not when you were sorry, can I take
Oh,
this?
yes, I'm
Thank
sorry.
you, sorry. I didn't mean to take it out, I just want to ask you. When you were asked the question, and what I'm trying to get to is that Mr. Gagney made some reference to reports by paramedics and other first responders, and my question to you is, at some point, did you read them or have them? And your answer, yes, I had them. Do you know when? And your answer, I think it was last week.
I'm sorry, which trial is this?
This is trial 1, March 1st, 2013, page 155, lines 1 through 7.
Trial one.
You
See,
say that I
keep
think
in
it was
mind
last
too,
week?
I believe so.
And that was a week before March 1st, 2013, right?
I
March.
don't remember the date.
Oh, if I told you trial 1 was March 1st, 2000, when your first testimony was March 1st, 2013, would have been a week before that, is that right?
I guess so.
And you determined time of death well in advance of a week before trial in 2013, is that fair to say, ma'am?
Yes.
I don't have any further, Judge.
Let me see which ones, we can't find that.
155.
Pages don't seem to match up.
They have
Sorry.
3 previous trials with transcripts and stuff that they have to go through. That's so much work.
Maybe, we may have said the wrong day. It's trial 1, I think it's day 8.
Day
Day 8.
The date is March 1st, 2013.
So I think it's day 8 and it's page 155. That might be the problem. Oh, or day, yeah, March 1st. March 1st.
Yes, we're just,
We're just trying to figure out.
Maybe some more, please.
I don't have any further, I thank you.
Yeah, isn't that what I said? Or did I say it wrong?
Ask any follow-up questions?
I may have said it
On
wrong.
that last one?
If I could have a moment, Your Honor, we're just trying to locate the transcript page.
Every time she says that, though, the stiff as a board thing, I think about that, the light as a feather, stiff as a board.
Richard, just to clarify, you were asked a couple of questions just now about some testimony you may have given back in 2013.
Okay.
Was your answer you do not recall that testimony?
Which part?
About when you may have been given some reports from the first responders?
My understanding is that you gave me the reports a week before the trial, but we had discussed them previously to that.
So you were privy to the information in the reports,
But I hadn't read the reports until a week before the trial.
and that was 10 years ago or so now?
I guess so, yes.
All right, thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot, real quick. Dr. Richmond, you were asked some questions about a question that Trooper McGarrian asked you over the phone, correct?
Yes.
And was that in reference to a body, some hypothetical body?
The question sounded hypothetical.
Did he, for example, tell you, hi, Dr. Richmond, I'm in Brandi right now, I'm at a scene, this is what I've seen, this is what I felt, what's your opinion in this case?
No, he didn't say that. That wasn't his question.
Okay, thank you.
Imagine too, this being so long ago and having to go through this so many times, and I wouldn't
May I ask
remember
one
everything.
question? I hope will be quick. Do you remember in 2013 being asked the question, and prior to that, you had not, this is when you said you had just seen them, you just got the reports last week. And prior to that, you had not seen them to your knowledge. And your answer is, to my knowledge, I didn't see the actual reports. The next question was, and you had the information contained in those reports relayed to you from someone else prior to actually seeing them. And your answer, yes, descriptions of what they saw at the scene. And who gave you those, who, and those descriptions came from Trooper McGarrian? And your answer is yes, right?
I'd like to see that again.
This is page 155, lines 7 through 16.
I like this. I mean, she's got a little shoulder action going. She's got her little shirt slipping off her shoulder. She's like, I heard this trial's wild.
Dr.
Just show a little
refresh your memory
shoulder.
as to whether or not you testified in 2013 that the descriptions of what other people saw at the scene, because you didn't have reports, were relayed to you by Trooper McGarrian. Is that right?
Yes.
I don't have anything further. Thank you.
Okay, doctor, just gonna have you,
I'm sorry.
do you have another question?
Yes, just on that point, Doctor. I'm sorry, you look like you're going to say something.
I am.
Yeah, Your Honor, just for the sake of,
Go ahead.
We had many meetings, if you recall, and we discussed these things prior to everything. And McGarrian was there, I believe you were there too. We discussed the information, but I didn't see the reports.
okay. But you did see the reports before testifying in 2013,
Correct. I saw them about a week before.
and you reviewed them again before the next trial, correct?
Yes,
You reviewed them again before the next trial,
yes,
and you've reviewed them again for your testimony in this case, correct?
yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. You can step down, Dr. Richmond.
I'm gonna go and tell y'all right now. If they called me up to testify about something 13 years ago, I'd be like, look, judging by my Facebook post from 13 years ago, there's a whole lot I don't remember. So I'm not even going to judge right now. I see my Facebook memories. It's like, on this day, 13 years ago, you said this incredibly horrendous, embarrassing thing.
Thank you, Your Honor. So the question before the court is whether or not in this trial in 2023, Dr. Joanne Richmond can testify as to a time of death opinion that is based upon information other than what's solely provided by Trooper McGarrian, and whether the defense can cross-examine her effectively. She's testified unequivocally that her opinion, first of all, she has a very vague memory as far as specific details being provided to her by Trooper McGarrian. She was asked a hypothetical question at some point over the phone by him, which was not in reference to Annamarie Rintala, but a body regarding temperature and rigidity. She has reviewed, she has read, and relied upon the statements of the paramedics, the statements of the police officers, and that is the foundation for her opinion. We are, as I said before, we are not asking her to, she cannot testify to this jury as to any specifics that Trooper McGarry may have done at the scene because she doesn't recall him providing any of that information to her at any point. So this is not a risk of the doctor saying something that the defense is hamstrung in their efforts to cross-examine her. In fact, as this afternoon's preview has shown, if the defense wishes to open the door to cross-examining her about what she was told or not told by Trooper McGarry, or what she may or may not have said at a prior proceeding, that's certainly a strategic choice they can make if they choose to open that door, but we're not going to be the ones opening it. And they can cross-examine Dr. Richmond at great length if they choose to on Trooper McGarry, but we're not making Trooper McGarry an issue in this case, and her opinion has an independent and sufficient and admissible basis in the evidence in this case. It's based upon the testimony, the information that has been described by 4 witnesses who appeared live, who were cross-examined by Attorney Sergio, and therefore there is no lack of confrontation or inability to cross-examine anybody with respect to her opinion. So I would suggest that she should be allowed to testify and should be allowed to explain the basis for her opinion. Yes.
Judge, the problem with Dr. Richmond's testimony is that she relied on determining time of death in conversations that she had with Trooper McGarry. And Trooper McGarry isn't going to be a witness here. We don't know what Trooper McGarry said to her. We can't surmise what Trooper McGarry. What if he said something like, the whole body was blue, and she was standing straight up? We don't know what he said to her. We have no ability to confront and cross-examine that, Judge, because they're not going to call Trooper McGarry. And so for us to be in a position where they're saying essentially, we can open that door, we shouldn't be put in a position to open the door, because the first thing that this court has to do is determine whether or not her opinion, that's based only on Trooper McGarry's description, is reliable. And if Trooper McGarry's not going to testify and she can't talk about his opinion, then where's the reliability of anything she's going to say, Judge? We don't have the ability to confront and cross-examine. We don't even know if what Trooper McGarry told her about what other people said was accurate. What if he said something different than what Oz said? What if he said something different than what Kohler said? We don't know that because we don't know what those conversations are, and we're not going to have the ability to cross-examine McGarry on it, Judge. And that's the problem. That's the real problem with it. But the additional problem is, if you take away McGarry and all you have left is these reports that she reviewed a week before the 2013 trial, where she had already made her determination of time of death, then her opinion is not reliable. Not in this trial and not in any other. Not without offending Cara Rintala's Sixth Amendment right to confront and cross-examine the basis of that opinion. Because that's the whole purpose of cross-examining an expert, to be able to get at the basis of why they decided what they did and what caused them to make that determination. And we can't get there with this witness without McGarry.
Okay, I'm going to stop this right here and tell you, Kathy, based on the math skills of this chat from yesterday, I wouldn't ask anybody in here. I need you to get out your calendar and check yourself.
Yes, Your Honor, there's not a scrap of evidence to support these speculations that Trooper McGarry
We can't
said
help.
on the reservation. He was cross-examined extensively twice by Attorney Hoos. I believe you have those transcripts from previous trials. So he may have said she had 3 legs. There's no evidence for that. And she can be cross-examined about what she reviewed, what she read, and what she's relying upon, which is the 4 first responders.
So what I haven't heard from either side is that Trooper McGarry ever examined his body, ever touched the body just to discern its temperature, to never check the body to see how rigid it was in various parts, none of that. So what I'm hearing is that there's go-between between the first responders who actually did make observations sort of the body itself, the observations that would go to this expert's opinion about time of death. So I think the motion is styled as, and I don't have it before me, so please correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it's a motion to preclude Dr. Richmond from relying upon information from Jamie McGarry or words to those effect. Does anyone have the motion?
So, defendant's motion to preclude reference to observation of the decedent's purportedly made, by Trooper Jamie McGarry.
Okay, so that motion is allowed.
We agree with that.
That motion is allowed. So, but that doesn't mean that she can't testify. It again means that that she can't make any reference to Megarian. And it seems to me that you can cross-examine her pretty effectively, based on her testimony that she was relying on the observations of first responders who all wrote reports, and that she didn't read any of those reports until years after she made her original determination. And that, I think, comes in without opening the door to anything that Arian did. So, it's okay. Why? Are you gonna say something?
No, I mean, I was always taught when a judge has to do, you have to stand. That's what I was taught.
Oh, okay. I don't mean to throw people off. I'm trying to be magnanimous, but I think I'm making it more difficult.
I know.
So, again, I'm allowing your motion. Dr. Richmond can make no reference to Trooper Megarian. It seems like there was sort of a conversation where he presented a hypothetical, and if you believe that that hypothetical was something that influenced your thinking early on, and you want to bring that to the jury's attention, you can do that.
But does that open the door, Judge?
It opens the door to that. So it's pretty limited. It doesn't mean that I don't, and just so the counsel is clear, the first time, just because the defense mentions that the name Jamie Megarian, it doesn't mean that all this other stuff comes in. So we'll just have to see how it goes. But what I'm hearing is that Dr. Richmond, for starters, doesn't have all that clear memory of what information she got, but it seems as though you can, if she's testifying, what she's testifying today is going to be based on evidence that's been admitted, which is the testimony of the first responders. So you can ask her, when was the first time you read those? They all wrote reports. When did you read those reports for the first time? And in relation to when you initially formed this opinion.
So I understand what the court's saying, and I appreciate the guidance in terms of what opens the door and what doesn't. What I'm asking, Judge, is are you making a finding that Cara Rintala's Sixth Amendment right to confront and cross-examine is not impeded by the inability to question this witness about Trooper Megarian's observations without opening the door to Trooper Megarian's conversations with this witness?
Well, again, it's entirely up to you. Whenever you question the witness, you can maybe open.
No, I'm not saying what I can and can't. Maybe it was a bad question, Judge, and I apologize if it was. What I'm trying to find out is, are you making a determination that there isn't a Sixth Amendment violation with respect to her testimony where any part of it relied on descriptions from Trooper Megarian? Is the court making that determination?
In these circumstances, yes.
There's no objection to that. I just want to make that clear for her.
I guess my finding is that I do not find that the absence of Trooper Megarian as a witness prior to or even later, if called by the Commonwealth, the absence of his testimony did not prevent the defendant from cross-examining this witness in a meaningful way. Those would be my findings.
Understood, Judge, just no objection.
All right, okay, so let's, what little time we have left, let's get Dr. Richmond started if we can.
I would personally prefer to start, and I'm only barely gonna get through her name and background at this point, Your Honor, but if you want me to, I can.
I'm sorry, yesterday we were kind of in a reverse role, so I'll leave it to you. It's almost 4 o'clock.
So I have her here till about 12:30 tomorrow, in order to get a flight.
Okay.
I'm optimistic that with attorneys who be just liking fast cross-examinations, that may suffice. But if you prefer to go till 4:30,
It's just that I told the jury that I guess if I'd known, I think I would have just released them for the day, but I'll take the heat for that. It's not a big deal. If the parties would prefer just to get going fresh in the morning, regroup a little bit after this, earlier.
I don't want to regret spoiling this time we may have if tomorrow. I can introduce her today, get into her background, sort of her training, education.
That was my thought. Was I think you both need some time to sort of digest what happened here, and maybe I need some additional time to think about the parameters that I have announced. So if we could just put her on the stand and maybe get through as sort of those foundational questions, and then break for the test.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Right, so they're about to bring the medical examiner back up and go back through with the jury there. and go through her stuff. Let's see.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Maybe I do need the water. Good afternoon.
If I could please ask you to introduce yourself to the jury and spell your first and last name for us.
My name's Joanne Richmond. Joanne is Joann. Last name is Richmond, Richmond.
Where do you currently live?
Florida.
Flew up yesterday?
Yes,
And am I correct that you are a retired forensic pathologist?
correct.
What year did you retire from that field?
2011,
And prior to that, where was the last place that you worked?
Massachusetts.
And in which office or department?
The regional office, which would be the Western Regional Office, Holyoke, Springfield,
In the regional office of what larger office?
of the Massachusetts Medical Examiner's Office.
And how long did you work as a forensic pathologist at the Massachusetts Medical Examiner's Office?
About 7 years. Oh, wait a minute, you said Massachusetts?
In Massachusetts, yes.
No, Massachusetts would be long. I was thinking Chicago, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Massachusetts was from 1988 until 2011.
Okay. And prior to 1988, had you worked at a different medical examiner's office?
Yes,
Where was that?
the Cook County Medical Examiner's Office in Chicago.
Was that where you spent 7 years or so?
Yes.
Doctor, what I'd like to do is take a step back and talk a little bit about the education, training, and experience that led you into that career in forensic pathology. Starting first with your college education, if you could describe that for the jury, please.
I went to Rosary College in River Forest, Illinois. I graduated in 1969 with a Bachelor of Arts degree. After that, I went to Stritch Loyola Medical School in Maywood, Illinois, and received my MD degree in 1973. After that, I did 1 year of rotating internship. And then after that, I did 1 year of one year of residency training in the field of neurology, which is the study of diseases of the brain and the nervous system. And I did that 1 year of training at the Hines Veterans Hospital, which is right next door to the Loyola Medical Center.
Did you have any residencies or similar experience in anatomical pathology?
Well, after the 1 year of neurology, I went back to the medical center and did 5 years of training in the field of pathology, which is the study of disease. Those 5 years, the first two are anatomic pathology, where you utilize the autopsy and the microscope. Then there's 2 years of clinical pathology, where you study the laboratory analysis of blood and urine. And then I did a 5th year of fellowship in anatomic pathology.
And did you also have any training or certification in forensic pathology?
Right, after that 5th year at the Loyola Medical Center, then I went to the Cook County Medical Examiner's Office to do a year's fellowship of forensic pathology.
Now, you've already discussed what anatomic pathology consists of and clinical pathology, primarily work in a lab, correct?
Correct.
So what distinguishes forensic pathology from those other two? How is that different?
Well, forensic pathology uses both. You do use the autopsy, you look at tissues under the microscope, and you do laboratory on blood and urine and other bodily fluids. But now you're doing autopsies on homicides, suicides, accidents. Previously, the first 5 years, all the autopsies would have been natural deaths in the hospital. But in forensic pathology, now you're doing the cases that are violent or criminal in nature.
Now, in the fields of anatomic pathology, clinical pathology, and forensic pathology, is there something known as being board certified?
Correct.
What does board certified mean?
Well, it means that you've gone through the appropriate training, the number of years that are needed, and then you've passed the examination.
And did you obtain board certification in all three fields?
Yes.
Is that something that you won't count with the bar exam? You take it once and then you're good to go, or do you have
Yes.
to? You don't need to re-up every couple of years.
Well, you have continuing medical education every year, but you don't have to take the test again.
Okay. So you've already sort of touched upon how you did some time. Sorry, you spent some time in Cook County.
Did some time.
Cook County Medical Examiner's Office, right?
Yes.
And please tell the jury what you did during your time there.
Well, the first year, of course, I was in training. That was my fellowship. And the nice thing about Cook County is that all of the deaths that need to be examined are taken to one location. We have a large autopsy facility, and there would be 5 forensic pathologists doing cases every day. So And the deputy chief medical examiner was in charge of the fellows, so that he would train us to do homicides, suicides, and accidents, what we had to look for, how we did the exams, things like that.
So what was your actual title or position when you started in Cook County?
I can't remember what the title was.
What were your day-to-day duties?
Well, I was a student fellowship, so I was in training, but I was working along with all the other doctors. So I was on the same case rotation for autopsies. Only 5 pathologists did autopsies each day, and there was a rotation.
Now, did you stay there beyond the time of your fellowship?
Yes, I did.
So once your fellowship was over, were you an assistant medical examiner or forensic pathologist there?
Yes, I was. I went on full-time, correct.
And could you give us some sense of what your caseload was like during your 7 years in Cook County?
Well, because all of the deaths come into one location, the caseload would be, there would be a lot of cases every day, a lot of deaths that we had to examine. When I calculated over the years, it was about 400 autopsies per year for the 7 years.
And is that just autopsies that you performed or that the entire office performed?
Oh, no, those are what I performed.
Okay, so about 400 per year.
Correct.
Now, on any given day, what's the low end or the upper range of how many autopsies you might perform, depending upon their complexity?
Well, it would depend on the deputy chief or the on-call doctor would assign the cases to you, and he tried to make it equivalent among all the 5 doctors. But you would start out with a homicide, you might do a motor vehicle, and then other accidental deaths, and then maybe a natural. So it's probably about 4 or 5 a day.
Oh,
Now, also, while you were out in Cook County during the 1980s, did you have the opportunity to do any sort of teaching or instructing, either on the job or outside the job?
There was a time near the end where I was teaching the medical examiners, they're lay investigators, because they would go to the scenes in Cook County, and they needed training, so I was part of the group that trained them.
So what brought you from Cook County to the Commonwealth of Massachusetts?
Well, I met someone and I was going to get married.
Didn't need a bride. And what year was that?
Well, we left in '87, and in the right after Thanksgiving, and I moved to started in the Worcester Regional Office in 1988.
Can you give the jury, please, a sense of how the medical examiner's office was sort of structured in terms of locations and whatnot?
Here in Massachusetts?
Yes, please.
At that time, back in '88, we had 4 regional offices. It was the office on the Cape, the office in Boston, the Worcester Regional Office, and then the Western Regional Office. There were also autopsies that would be done in the Greenfield area, but they were done by hospital doctors.
Did you have the opportunity during your time here in Mass to work in all or some of those branches?
I worked for a time in the Boston office, the Worcester office, and the Holyoke or the Western Regional Office.
Now, when you first joined the Massachusetts Medical Examiner's Office, was that as an associate medical examiner?
I don't remember the title, but basically I was a forensic pathologist.
Okay.
That may have been our title, I just don't remember.
Did you fulfill a variety of roles, some of them management during your time in Massachusetts?
For about almost 2 years, I was the acting chief medical examiner for Massachusetts.
And then did you also have a stint as the deputy chief?
Yes, after that, I was the deputy chief.
And what sort of additional responsibilities did those titles come with?
Well, acting chief medical examiner, there were a lot of administrative things that had to be done, as well as meetings with people with public safety. I didn't do a lot of autopsies, and it was mainly management.
And you said your role as deputy chief was about what, 12 years or so?
I don't remember the exact years,
Okay.
but I was in the Worcester Regional Office for several years.
And other than that time when you were the acting chief, were you routinely performing autopsies as part of your duties?
Correct.
Before we move on, Doctor, during your career, did you have any sort of professional affiliations or memberships in any forensic pathologist-related groups?
Yes, I belong to the National Association of Medical Examiners and the American Academy of Forensic Scientists. I think that was the title.
Doctor, we've used the term autopsy quite a bit this afternoon, but I'd like to just dwell down into that a little bit and describe for the jury, please, what an autopsy is in broad terms.
Well, an autopsy is a medical examination of a dead body, and you do it to determine the cause and the manner of death.
How do you go about doing that?
Well, you mean as far as each case or each autopsy?
Each autopsy.
The body is brought into the autopsy room. If it's been stored overnight in the cooler, the technician brings it out, puts it on the autopsy table. The technician has already done the height and weight. And then once it's on the table, that you start doing the photographs. In Chicago or in Cook County, we had our own photography system. But here in Massachusetts, the police would come, or other investigating agencies would come up and take pictures if they felt it was needed. After you do the pictures, then you start the external examination. You look at the hair, the eyes, the teeth, the mouth, looking at the entire body and making notes if there's anything there like scars, tattoos. You look at the back of the body, and then after you've done the external examination, then you would do the internal examination.
And before we get to that, doctor, just still on the topic of the external, is there any sort of trace evidence or evidence collection from the body itself?
It depends on the things that the police suspect.
Yes, Your Honor.
Overruled.
So when I say trace evidence on the body, what does that mean to you?
That would mean like evidence for the police for the crime scene. Are you talking about clothing or anything else?
Anything and everything it might mean to you.
Well, to me, that would mean taking evidence off the body that would be used by the crime scene for case investigation, like head hair, pubic hair, things like that.
Fingernail clippings?
Correct.
Okay. Can x-rays be performed as well prior to the internal examination?
Yes, if you felt that it was necessary to do an x-ray, you could do that.
Now, you mentioned that there's an internal component to an autopsy.
Yes, the internal examination.
How did you go about that?
Well, the first thing you do is make incisions across the chest and the abdomen. You examine all of the internal organs in place, looking to make sure they're in the right locations. And then if there's any collections of blood or fluid, you would remove them and weigh them or measure them. Then at some point, you would take the toxicology specimens. You always try to get heart blood, peripheral blood, bile, urine, and you would put those in the special tubes to be sent to the laboratory for drugs and poisons. After you've done that, you take out each organ individually and examine it. Like you would take out the heart and then do the heart examination, looking at the coronary arteries, the valves. You would do the same with the lungs and go on to all the organs and examine them that are in the chest and the abdomen. After you've done all that, the technicians would make the incision in the scalp, and a saw is used to remove the skull, and then you examine the brain.
Going back to the internal organs for a moment, when you say you're examining each particular one, do you also weigh them?
Oh, yes.
And why is that?
Sometimes organs are too large or too small, and that could indicate some disease process. For example, if you have hypertension, your heart will be too large and will weigh more.
With respect to examining the brain, is that both a visual and more of a neurological aspect to it as well?
Well, you examine it externally
Yes.
to feel for look for any blood or any injuries. Then you would slice it. You would cut it to see if you could find anything. If you were worried about some real specific thing in the brain, you would send it to a neuropathologist.
Are there any other steps to a so-called standard autopsy that I haven't covered yet?
Not that, well, when we examine each organ, like the heart or the liver, we would take small sections of tissue and put them in formaldehyde and save them for a long period of time in case we had to go back and do histology, look at the tissue under the microscope.
In the process of conducting an autopsy and trying to determine why this person or how this person died, do you also take into account information from outside sources, specifically law enforcement, paramedics, and the sort?
Yes.
Overruled.
Judge Louise.
Sure.
I got my 5 seconds. I can get through their little sidebars.
The autopsy and determining how and why someone died, do you take into account other information, be it from paramedics, first responders, et cetera?
Well, we always have information even before we start the autopsy because The people who are reporting the death are usually the police
Objection,
officers.
Your Honor.
So
The-
when a death is first reported to the medical examiner's office,
Yes.
without getting into details, is it standard practice that some information is relayed to your office?
Absolutely, and the case takers would write it down, and that would be put in the file.
Can your office decline a case? And do you know what I mean by decline a case?
Yes, yes, I do. I'm trying to think if we've ever declined cases. We can, you could, if it doesn't come under the jurisdiction. The medical examiner's office works under Massachusetts general laws, and they specify what we're supposed to do or not do. But I can't remember ever declining a case.
Are there certain, my next question, are there certain categories of deaths that would almost automatically trigger the medical examiner's office taking a look at it?
Yes,
Okay, for example, a suspicious death, perhaps a suicide, suspected overdose, those types of categories?
correct.
Okay, but not everybody who dies in Massachusetts automatically is autopsied by the medical examiner's office, right?
No, absolutely not. It has to be reported to us by the police agency, or if it
Objection,
were
Your Honor.
Just reporting.
Overruled.
It has to be reported to you.
reported by someone to us. And then that case information is what we start with for our, investigation or whatever we do.
And doctor, between your time in Cook County and your time in Massachusetts, can you give the jury an estimate of how many autopsies you yourself would have conducted?
Over almost 30 years, it would have been about 5,000.
Karen, this may be a good time to break.
Dr. Richmond, you may step down.
All right, so that is the end of day 2. I gotta do this so I can see. And today is day 3. And day 3 is already ended. Day 3 was like a 5-hour one, so that's not bad. So we're gonna be caught up on Monday. Allegedly. The good news is today, on today's stream, we have closed captions that are available. Oh, look at, Lord bless him, look at this. Look. Hold on. Watch him. Watch him. That's so, I don't know why that's so funny to me. He's freshening up. Getting that camera angle fresh as can be. So fresh and so clean. So Monday we'll be caught up. We'll watch a little bit still today. But we're not going to watch all 5 hours today. I love y'all, but I got podcast work to do, and I'm tired. And at some point, I would like to sleep. But we'll watch a little bit of this today, and then Monday we'll catch up. We will probably do my stomach hurts thinking about all the stuff I gotta get done. Marie Mouse, 6 sidebars and 35 objections so far. The 35, there's so many objections in this one. So many objections. And I gotta go to the post office box. Yes, post office box. I'll add it. I got so much to do. But we'll watch a little bit of this today. This is today's stream, and then we'll catch up Monday. We've got the 3 hours of the sex therapist from yesterday, and then it'll probably be another like 3 hours today. So what we're going to do for those is wait until we get a few of them together and we can watch those. We have so much happening. There's so much happening. All right, so we'll watch a little bit of this today, though.
Based on what we know, the Commonwealth, and then that's sort of the
Go back because what we missed.
That's sort of the overarching constitutional principle that I think all of this comes under. The Commonwealth, and then we have a factual wrinkle. The Commonwealth has chosen not to call the lead investigator in this case, and I think it's fair to say, based on what we know, they've done this to avoid exposing his bias. Jamie McGarrian, they've done it to avoid exposing his bias, to protect their case. And that's their choice, but that's why we're in this unusual situation. Now, I think it's also clear from the record evidence we've already had that from the first moments of this investigation, the first responders who have testified and Trooper McGarrian formed a bias against Cara Rintala. And when I use this word bias in this context, I want to be clear. Everybody has a bias. I don't mean a nefarious bias. I mean a point of view. And their point of view was that this body is cold and stiff. Their point of view is that Cara has said she was home at some point this afternoon, and the five of them jumped to a biased conclusion, which may be right, may be wrong, but a conclusion that, aha, we think she did it because the body's cold and stiff and she was alive. The problem is that none of those five accounted for, were qualified to understand the nature of Ryder, and specifically, they were not qualified to understand the relevance of vigorous struggle immediately before death. And that's what created this erroneous, from our point of view, erroneous bias. The Commonwealth doesn't have to adopt that, but that's obviously our point of view. We've articulated it repeatedly. It's not a surprise. That is the bias that we are trying to expose here, and specifically trying to expose through the whole trial, that Dr. Richmond's testimony. So the biggest problem is that the first response, okay, so sorry. So Your Honor has, I think, quite accurately characterized the relationship between Trooper McGarrian and Dr. Richmond, that Trooper McGarrian is acting as a conduit. And so there's two different things we've all sort of developed. He's acting as a conduit for the first responders who have testified, and we've got their reports, and that is not a Sixth Amendment law. To the extent she's relying on them, the first responders, that is not a Sixth Amendment problem. But then we've all come to see, to the extent Trooper McGarrian is giving her his own observations, that does create a Sixth Amendment problem. So here, where he's a conduit, and as we've already explained, he clearly has a bias before he starts acting as a conduit, we see that it's virtually impossible to disentangle his bias in acting as a conduit, giving information to Dr. Richmond. Specifically, to what extent is he using his bias to shade the information he provides as a conduit? And it's for that reason by itself, because it's impossible, we submit that we cannot adequately defend Mr. Rintala's Sixth Amendment right to cross-examination and reveal bias in Dr. Richmond, specifically to extract the basis, the extent to which her opinion is based on Trooper McGarrian's own observations that we can't get at because they have chosen not to present him, the lead investigator in the case. So that's our first position, that what we've established so far prevents her from exercising her Sixth Amendment right, and the only remedy is to exclude Dr. Richmond. But we have an alternative. If Your Honor is unwilling to do that, or it feels that that is not merited under the case law, we have an alternative. And our alternative is, and you sort of alluded to this, and it's more in the nature of obtaining clarification of your ruling. You said just mentioning Trooper McGarrian won't open the door to Trooper McGarrian's involvement here. So we have very specific instances. There's no point in hiding the ball. The things that we want clarification on are really three separate episodes. First, Trooper McGarrian's conversation with Dr. Richmond on the night of the incident, where he gives her, from her point of view, he asks her a question. He says, okay, if you got a body, and I'm paraphrasing, and this is her testimony, if you got a body that's stiff and ice cold, as stiff as a board, could that have happened? Could that person have died 3 to 4 hours ago? And she says, oh no, that would be more like 6 to 8 hours. I think it's roughly paraphrasing. So she said, that's just a question. I wasn't giving a time-to-death opinion. But you see the bias there immediately. He doesn't tell her, this is a non-traumatic death. She's giving a textbook answer on a non-traumatic death. again, I'm not hiding anything, we've argued this repeatedly. He doesn't give her the crucial information that they already had. There's evidence of a violent struggle. And that is generally understood, accelerates the time of death. And so he gives her a biased framework. And that right away creates a bias in her point of view. So our question is, can we bring that out without opening the door to, well, I trust, to bolstering about relying on Trooper McGarion's qualifications. I trust Trooper McGarion. I find him to be a generally reliable and helpful death scene investigator. It's our point of view that that should not trigger that, especially because they've chosen it should not trigger that sort of rehabilitation, especially because they've chosen not to call Trooper McGarion, making it impossible for us to get at his bias. The second crucial moment is in May of 2010, where there's a meeting between, I think it's ADA Steese, I think it's ADA Steese and Trooper McGarion, where, the best we can tell, Trooper McGarion is now acting as a conduit for the first responders, not showing, this is very odd, but not, as best we can understand, not showing Dr. Richmond the reports or giving her the reports, but instead describing the reports of the first responders. And we understand that the ruling is Dr. Richmond can't rely on Trooper McGarion's observations, but she can rely on the first responders' observations in the reports. But it's in this odd situation which the Commonwealth has created, where Trooper McGarion is relaying their information, not giving the reports, but relaying the information. So what we're getting at very clearly is we are concerned that he is shading the information consistent with his own demonstrated bias. And so, if you're not going to exclude it, we want to be able to bring out that that's what happened. That Trooper McGarion, just describe what happened. Trooper McGarion is relaying the first responders' observations without giving her the reports. And so, again, our question really is, does that open the door to any sort of rehabilitation of Trooper McGarion? Well, he wouldn't shade their reports. He's an experienced death scene investigator. He would know not to do that. Those sorts of questions. We submit they should not be able to do that. We should have no questions about rehabilitating Trooper McGarion's competence or lack of bias, because again, the Commonwealth is choosing not to make Trooper McGarion available to us, preventing us from examining him about his own bias. And then lastly, the moment that she gets the reports a week before the first trial, which again, and that's 2013. The reports are created in March of 2010, and for reasons that we don't understand, she doesn't get them until 22 months later, if I got my math right, and that of course strikes us as deeply problematic. She's forming her opinion before she sees the reports themselves, relying, I guess, on the interpretation of the reports from a clearly biased lead investigator, Trooper McGarion. So again, we want to bring that out, but we don't want to open the door to Trooper McGarion having a reason, or it didn't matter, or there's no concern for bias here because Trooper McGarion is such a nice guy, or such a great guy, or such a well-experienced, such an experienced death scene investigator. So those are our three sort of, for an alternative remedy, we're seeking clarification that we can pursue each of those episodes, develop the facts for each of those episodes without opening the door to rehabilitation of Trooper McGarion. Thank you.
Okay, so just so I'm clear, that's the alternative remedy.
That's the alternative.
The primary is that
that Dr. Richmond be precluded from testifying at least about, I think about anything, but the only thing about time of death. She's precluded from giving a time of death opinion because we cannot extract the extent to which her opinion is a product of Trooper McGarion's bias, because the Commonwealth is not calling Trooper McGarion.
Okay, so let me just address that. Your argument that I should exclude all of her testimony, or at least time of death.
Sorry, I may have misspoken. I don't mean to interrupt. Let me just be clear. We want to exclude all of her testimony, period.
Okay.
Thank you. Sorry.
All right. So that goes beyond the motion you filed and the motion that we argued. I believe the motion we filed only asked that she not be permitted to rely on any information she received from McGarion in offering her opinion. And I think what I found yesterday, based on my own review of some of the transcripts and based on the representations of both parties who have much more information at their disposal, was that although she testified at some length about her relationship with him and sort of puffed him up and talked about his credentials, that in the end, it didn't appear as though she had relied on anything that he had done directly, and that he was merely a go-between in terms of relaying the information that was testified to by the first responders. And based on my review of her testimony, it doesn't seem to me that she strayed from those observations. I don't see any evidence that there was some additional information that sort of seeped into her analysis and ultimately her opinion, at least as to the cause of death. And I think what we're talking about here primarily is rigor mortis. That to me seemed based solely on what I've heard from witnesses. So so in that respect, well, for that reason, I allowed the motion because, and I don't know that there was any objection because it didn't seem like she was relying on information. So there was no reason not to preclude her from making that part of her opinion. As far as your ability to cross-examine, I found yesterday that you would still have a meaningful opportunity to cross-examine her based on the evidence that she relied upon, and that the Commonwealth couldn't make any reference in their direct examination to Trooper McGarrion. So I guess I don't. The opinion that she's offering, the important opinion is the opinion she's offering today, based on information, again, most of which has already been admitted into evidence. So I don't see any basis for excluding her testimony altogether. But as to your alternative remedy, so some of which I think is if not all, is I guess it depends on the wording, is I think consistent with the ruling I gave yesterday. So there should be no mention of Trooper McGarrion during direct testimony. Then it's really up to you whether you want to bring him up and how. And that's not to say that you won't be opening a door or doors in doing so. But let's start with the hypothetical. So you can choose not to address that at all. Or if you feel that it may have influenced Dr. Richmond sort of even on a subconscious level, her later view of the evidence, that it somehow made it more likely that she ultimately opined as she did, you can address that with her. What was said to her, what was not said. I don't know that you can characterize it as bias, but you can ask about that statement, which I think she's going to say was a hypothetical. It wasn't her opinion, but it was given on the evening of the alleged murder. And so it's there, and that doesn't open the door to her sort of testifying about her longstanding relationship with him or his credentials. So I would agree with that. It kind of depends on how you word it. But if you're simply saying, well, you had a conversation with McGarrion and he asked you this question, and this is what he told you, and that's all he told you, and this was your response, and you can argue down the road that sort of planted that seed in her mind. I doubt she's going to concede that in any event. But if you do it in that way, I don't see that again. That opens the door to all of the sort of the background information she gave about her relationship with Trooper McGarrion. I'm not sure when I read her most recent transcript that I thought that was even relevant, just given that all he really was doing was sort of conveying this information between the first responders and ultimately Dr. Richmond. As to the fact that she didn't review the reports of the first responders, I think that's also a fair game. I also don't believe that she ever met with them. She's relying on their testimony or their observations. I think that then opens the door to the Commonwealth simply asking her, because as opposed to just sort of it being out there, like she had no information before then, but certainly she can testify at that point that although she hadn't read those reports and although she had not interviewed those particular witnesses, that information was conveyed to her, and you can make the point that it was sort of this secondary source although, as I indicated, I found at least that the last time she testified, it was fairly consistent with what I've heard today, but you can make that point. And I think if you just make that point, I don't think that opens the door to her testimony concerning why she would trust Trooper McGarrion over someone else, why she would feel it wasn't necessary to look at these things directly because of her faith in Trooper McGarrion. I don't think those questions open that door, if that's all you're asking. And then the third, oh, that was the third.
Well,
No, that was-
I think you were talking about the second. The third is that when she gets the reports a week before trial.
Okay, so that's what I was talking. So the second, I'm sorry, the second is,
The meeting in May.
Oh,
That was all,
right.
that ruling was about getting the reports in a week before trial. Is that what you were just talking
Yes.
about? Okay,
Sorry.
okay. That's okay.
so there was a meeting.
Yeah, in May of 2010. And
Okay.
the Commonwealth is free to correct me if I've got my facts wrong. But I think that there's a meeting between ADA Spees, who I think is the first assistant, and Dr. Richmond. I think a meeting in person in May of 2010, so roughly 6 weeks, I don't know. I'm sorry, Trooper McGarrion, I don't know what I said. Trooper McGarrion and ADA Spees and Dr. Richmond in May of 2010, in which, as I understand it, Trooper McGarrion, for the first time, gives her a summary of the reports of the first responders. He doesn't actually give her the reports, but he acts as a conduit, giving her the information that the first responders had put in their reports. That's our understanding of where she first gets the information from the first responders, and I guess develops her opinion about time of death in this case. That's my understanding of the factual record. And so the question is, I think you're wrong, to what extent can we bring out that that's how this happened, and without opening the door to Trooper McGarrion's ability to relay this, his value in relaying this as an experienced death scene investigator.
Sure. Again, if that's all you're asking, okay, and I want to be clear on this. If all you're asking is that, so you didn't talk to these first responders, you didn't even review their reports until, I guess, years later. Instead, you received information from McGarrion and perhaps a prosecutor, basically just relaying that information. That's what you did. And you leave it at that. I don't think it opens the door, because if you start asking her, well, questions about whether that's her practice and whether that's, if you start suggesting on cross that in the form of a question that, I suppose so let me back up. If that's all you do, and then you can argue down the road based on other evidence, or just based on a reasonable inference that maybe that was the most professional way to go about this, and that if you are developing evidence that the police were sort of focused on the defendant from the get-go and already sort of had jumped to that conclusion, and that colored their the way that they sort of relayed the information. I mean, that's fair argument. If you attempt to sort of elicit some sort of concession from Dr. Richmond, which I don't think you would get anyway, then she can start to talk about why she would trust this source over others. But even then, at that point, it's her state of mind. So anything that Trooper McGarrion says to her, it's not so much what he's saying or how he's saying it, it's how she interprets it. It's her state of mind. So you can still cross-examine her on that bias, at least as it affected her. But if what I'm saying is if you go down that road too far, I will permit Dr. Richmond to explain why she may have relied on Trooper McGarrion, taking his word for it, trusted him to provide her all the relevant information from these various reports and from these various witnesses.
Okay, that last one is the only one I want clarification on. It's a very simple question, I think. So I'm hearing you say that in describing the meeting in May of 2010, we can clearly get out that Trooper McGarrion relayed the information from the first responders, and simply developing or simply eliciting that she's in a meeting with Trooper McGarrion and he's relaying the information of the first responders does not open up the door to the Commonwealth saying, and you trusted Trooper McGarrion because he was an experienced first responder, an experienced death scene investigator. That would not be allowed based on that limited.
If that is the question, it's a very sort of straightforward factual question. Yes, that doesn't, in my view, would not open the door.
One moment, Your Honor. Done. Thank you.
So the only issue I have is that, I'm sorry, Rosemary speaking on behalf of Cara Rintala. So the other issue I have is that Dr. Richmond, on a number of occasions during trial 30, referred to trials 1 and 2 in 2. And I don't know if we can have some instruction for her to just refer to them as her prior testimony and not trials.
Okay, so before I just, so what we've just discussed is basically in keeping with at least how I view my ruling from yesterday, but I haven't given the Commonwealth an opportunity. Is there any objection to those parameters?
If the questioning is as precise
Right.
as just stated, we have no issue with that.
Okay, so again, based on the questions that you have described, nothing beyond that. So as soon as we start creeping past that, then we're going to be spending a lot of time on sidebar.
We understand, Your Honor. We understand.
Okay. And then as to the reference to prior trials, I think I saw that as well. Perhaps you can just remind her, and if she forgets, we can. I think there's some discussion about an instruction. I don't know if you have something along those lines. If she says trial, there's sort of a standard instruction I can read about prior trials, but better, I think it would be better if we just could avoid that altogether.
Yes, sir, we have.
We're all in the same sort of prior testimony, prior proceedings, something of that nature. And at some point, if parties want me to read an instruction, I'd be happy to do it. If just tell me what you want me to say and when.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have reminded Dr. Richmond both verbally and in writing to avoid the use of the word trial and instead prior proceeding, prior hearing, that sort.
Okay. Thank you.
So they can't say trial or fresh.
I have advised the clerk upon her inquiry that Dr. Richmond is ideally departing here by 12:30 to catch a flight home. This is her third day in Massachusetts. She has a lot of personal matters to attend to at home. There's one remaining issue that I think we need to resolve before she can hopefully start this morning, which is a motion that the defense filed yesterday about certain language about a reasonable degree of medical certainty. And we would not object to that motion so long as that applies to every expert who may testify in this case, including the defense experts. And I want to be perfectly clear, not only could the defense experts not say that their opinions are held to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, but they could also not say that they do not believe any forensic pathologist could conclude something to a reasonable degree of medical certainty. So long as those magic words aren't coming out of anybody's lips, and we're all on equal footing here, then we know how to avoid that.
Great. So I read your motion, and as a lawyer, it was just sort of passed down by or seasoned or attorneys or a supervisor that sort of had to say those words. Never quite understood what they meant, but it seemed like it was like a foundational requirement for some reason. So I think we can agree that it's not, and the wording is confusing, and it just invites cross-examination along the lines I think you described, or an argument that you described. So is there any objection to just dispensing, retiring that phrase as to all the witnesses in terms of their own opinions and in terms of their testimony about anyone else's opinion?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, very good. Okay,
Someone get him a shot.
Your Honor, we have also pre-marked all the exhibits I intend to use with Dr. Richmond. I believe there was one limited objection that Attorney Scapici wanted to make to a portion of the first exhibit.
It's like that board game.
It appears that the victim's eyes are open in that photo, and I'd ask that the court consider just redacting that portion of her open eyes. I know it's on the crime scene video, I get it, but I'm objecting to it.
okay.
And I feel differently, Your Honor. This, as Attorney Scapici said, there are crime scene photos in which her eyes are open. That's the state in which she was found. It's on the crime scene video. It would be not only inappropriate, but I think confusing and misleading to the jury to suddenly be photoshopping, black circles or whatnot on her eyes. They're just open eyes. They're not inflammatory. It's not graphic. And there will be testimony and other exhibits involving her eyes and particular hemorrhaging inside of her eyes. So I object to their objection.
Okay. Attorney Scapici, your objection is noted, but
I understand it.
I'm not going to
And
order
again,
that be redacted.
we are asking for the gruesome photo.
Yes.
section.
So let me know when you'd like me to give that.
I think before they start introducing the photos, Judge,
Okay.
would be the most appropriate.
Okay, so
Thank
just give me a heads up when we're about to do that, and I will give that instruction again.
What's that game show where you're not allowed to say certain words?
Ready for yours.
Or they do the buzzer. What is that show?
Jury entering.
Pyramid. Password. Taboo. There's all. I guess there's a whole lot where you're not allowed to say the words. Need a buzzer. Like, oh, you said fresh. Bzz. Oh, you said trial. Bzz.
We'll be back in session, you may proceed.
Good morning. Once again, I will ask if anyone had any difficulty following the instructions I gave and have been giving. Again, those instructions are not to discuss this case with anyone, including each other, to conduct any
And the
outside
witnesses.
research or investigation, to avoid any contact with any of the participants in this case, and to avoid any and all media accounts concerning this case. If anyone had any difficulty following those instructions, please raise your hand. I see no response.
May I recall Dr. Richard?
Yes.
Thank you.
I don't have an opinion yet because I really want to hear more about this boyfriend. I don't think I'm going to have a real opinion about this until the defense presents their case.
Good morning, Doctor.
Morning?
I would just like to remind you that you are still under oath from yesterday.
Yes.
I'd like to turn your attention now to an autopsy that you performed on April 1st of 2010 upon the body of Annamarie Rintala. Am I correct that that occurred in your Holyoke office?
Correct.
And where was the Holyoke office at the time?
It was located in the Providence Hospital.
And doctor, if I could show you, starting with exhibit number 15 in this case, it's going to appear on the screen both to your left and to your right, and you can use whichever monitor is easier to see.
Okay.
Actually, Your Honor, this may be a good time for that instruction you're talking about.
Sure. And are there photos in video?
Just photos.
Just photos, okay. Members of the jury, you're about to see some
All right,
photos.
trigger warning.
That could be described as graphic. They are certainly not pleasant. I instruct you that your verdict was not be in any way influenced by the fact that these photographs may be unpleasant or graphic. The defendant is entitled to a verdict based solely on the evidence and not one based on pity or sympathy for the deceased, which might be occasioned by these photographs. Consider these photographs only as they may draw attention to a clinical, medical status or to the nature of the alleged victim's injuries or to the nature of the incident itself.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Doctor, showing you what has been marked as exhibit number 15.
All right, so now we're fine after all of this.
Depict the
We're finally
state
to
of
the medical
Annamarie
examiner
Rintala's
testimony.
body as it arrived at the medical examiner's office.
Correct.
And can you describe for the jury, please, what it is that we're seeing on her hands, over her hands?
At the crime scene, or at where she died, the crime scene services had put paper bags around her hands and taped them closed to preserve any evidence that would be on the hands.
And as far as what looks like a yellow ruler or maybe some tape that looks like a ruler on her abdomen, what do you interpret that to be?
Well, I assume they were measuring something
Okay.
and taking a photo of it. I can't imagine what else it would be.
So just to be clear, you did not put that tape there.
Correct.
And for that matter, you were not at the scene where she was discovered deceased, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, what is she lying on?
When the technicians brought her into the autopsy room, she was in a body bag, and they put the body bag on the table, and she's in the body bag.
And is this the place or the condition in which her body would have been weighed?
Yes, well, there's a portable scale somewhere else, and they would have put the whole body bag and the body on the portable scale, and then brought the body into the autopsy room.
So would her recorded weight have included her clothing, the bags, the tape, and the body bag itself?
Correct,
And am I right that that weight was 202 pounds?
correct,
And you recall her height being 5'5"?
yes.
Now, did Annamarie Rintala's autopsy consist of first an external examination of her body?
Correct,
And did that include also, as you discussed yesterday, a collection of any sort of trace evidence or items that were on her body?
Yes,
And then did you also progress then later on into an internal examination?
yes,
And based upon your external and internal examination of Annamarie Cochrane-Rintala's body, did you form an opinion as to her cause of death?
yes.
What was that opinion?
Manual strangulation.
Can you please describe for the jury, first off, what you mean by strangulation? We'll get into manual in a second, but just strangulation itself, what does that mean to you?
When someone is strangled, hands or arms or someone's feet can do this too, but they're placed around the neck and they block the transfer of blood to the brain and to the heart.
What is it about the blocking of blood flow to the brain or to the heart that may result in death?
My sound's
The
not working.
blockage of blood from the carotid arteries to the brain
Thank you,
will
Virginia.
decrease oxygen to the brain, and the brain centers will eventually die.
Can you please describe for the jury how much or how little pressure is actually required to strangle someone to death?
It doesn't take much pressure at all to block the veins. The veins are very thin-walled, so it doesn't take a lot of pressure. The arteries are thicker-walled, and it takes a little bit more pressure to block them.
And if I understood you correctly a moment ago, are the veins conveying the blood flow to the brain?
No, the veins drain the brain.
Okay. And so the artery is feeding
Bringing
blood to the brain. Okay. Now, could you please describe for the
I
jury
don't know why it's not working.
what length of time would the compression of the neck induce unconsciousness?
It's been reported that it can cause unconsciousness in about as soon as 10 seconds.
10 seconds?
10 seconds.
And what duration, what length of time of compression of the neck would be required to induce death?
Again, it's reported to be about 4 minutes.
Now, how did you conclude that Annamarie Rintala had been strangled to death?
From the injuries on the outside of the neck, the injuries that were on the head, face, and the injuries to the muscles inside the neck, around the larynx.
Okay. So let's take those one at a time. You mentioned some observations you made to her neck and face area.
Mhm.
What was it about her neck and face area that you found to be consistent with strangulation?
Well, across the neck, there were several areas of abrasion or small, like scratch marks on the neck. And then there were marked
4
petechial
minutes.
hemorrhages in the whites of the eyes. Little capillaries are broken. When you put pressure on the veins, they back up, and you can get these little petechial hemorrhages in the eyes. You can also get that on the face. You get the marked congestion of the face when the veins are blocked. And then when we did the internal examination, on the muscles adjacent to the larynx, there was hemorrhage in both sides, I believe left greater than right, or right greater than left, I'd have to check. But there was hemorrhage in these muscles.
And what would that hemorrhaging have been caused from?
Trauma to the neck in that region.
Doctor, on the screen, I'd like to now show you what's been marked as Exhibit 16. And you recognize this as a picture of Annamarie's right eye.
Yes,
And you mentioned a moment ago that when you were examining her eyes, you observed petechial hemorrhaging.
yes.
And explain to the jury, first off, what you mean by that term, and then I'll ask you to point it out in this photo.
The petechial hemorrhage, petechial meaning tiny, hemorrhage, obviously hemorrhage. And you see it in the conjunctivae there where the little capillaries are ruptured because of backup of the pressure.
So the compression of the neck and the blocking of the blood flow, is that what results in these capillaries bursting?
Yes, to the veins being blocked.
So is this petechial hemorrhaging a telltale sign, so to speak, of strangulation?
You can see it in other things, but it's always something you look for in a strangulation case.
Doctor, behind you over your left shoulder, there's a pointer leaning up against the rail there. Could you please point out to the jury what we're seeing in this photo as far as petechial hemorrhages?
See these pinpoint dots of hemorrhage? These are all capillaries that have ruptured.
Thank you. And doctor, now showing you the next exhibit in this photo, in this case, which is exhibit number 17. Showing you a photo of her other eye. Did you also see evidence of similar petechial hemorrhaging in her other eye?
Yes.
Now, I'm not sure if I already asked you this, but what was it about this case that led you to conclude that this was manual strangulation as opposed to some object, some ligature being used?
In the ligature strangulation, you would expect to see the ligature mark around the neck. There was no ligature mark.
And when we say ligature, is that like a belt or a rope or?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Now, Doctor, I'd like to turn your attention to some additional photos from your autopsy, starting with exhibit number 18. Now, what was it about this photo that you found noteworthy or significant?
Well, there's an abrasion on her left forehead. There's an abrasion under the chin, and then there are small scratch marks or small abrasions on the neck.
Can you say, or do you have an opinion as to what may have caused those marks on her neck?
An abrasion is a scraping off of the top layers of the skin. So something rough had rubbed across her under her chin. The abrasions are small, tiny scratches on the face.
But from a medical perspective, do you have any way of saying or knowing what caused those scratches?
Not exactly, no.
Okay. Now, if I could turn to the next exhibit, which is number 19 in this case. What are we seeing here, doctor?
We're looking at a close-up of the top of her nose, and you can also see some congestion of the forehead and the eyelids. But the top of the nose has a small abrasion. There's also bruising. It looks like bruising of the nose.
And exhibit number 20, please. This would be the right side of her neck, correct?
Correct.
What are we seeing here?
Another large area of abrasion, and you can see there's a smaller abrasion in the middle of her chin, and then the smaller abrasion lower down.
And exhibit 21, I believe this may have been a part of exhibit 18, but what are we seeing now closer above in exhibit 21?
This is a close-up of the abrasion that was on the left side of her forehead.
And just so we're all clear, when you use the term abrasion, how do you define that?
It means that the top layers of the skin have been scraped off by something rough. It's like a scraped knee.
And how is an abrasion different from a contusion?
Well, contusion is a bruise or a lump of blood under the surface.
So, doctor, I'd now like to shift into some photographs, moving to a slightly different area, and specifically Annamarie's head itself. Did you observe any evidence of blunt force trauma to her head?
Yes.
And when I use the term blunt force trauma, could you please describe to the jury what that means to you?
Blunt force trauma means that some blunt object struck the head, or the head hit some type of blunt object. It means it's not a knife or not an axe, it's a blunt object, or like the ground would be a blunt object.
And did you, in this case, detect any blunt force injuries to Annamarie's head?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the term contributing factor?
Yes.
What do you mean by contributing factor?
You mean like on a death certificate?
Correct.
Okay. A contributing factor is something that will make it easier for the main cause of death to occur, or contribute to the problems that the person had when they were dying.
And did you attribute the blunt force injuries to her head to be contributing factors in this case?
Yes, I did.
Why is that?
Well, they were significant injuries. She's got 2 large contusions on her head, plus 3 large lacerations that were all the way down to the skull. And there was extensive hemorrhage into the tissues underlying the scalp. So it would have been a significant injury. It may have caused her to be dazed, confused, or even unconscious.
I'd like to walk through some of those photos now, starting with exhibit number 22. Describe to the jury, please, what we're seeing in this photo, doctor.
Okay, this is the left side of the forehead. I believe we've cut away some of the hair so that we can reveal the lump. It's a contusion, it's a lump, a goose egg perhaps, and an abrasion on the top of it.
And is removing the hair on a person's deceased body a standard part of an autopsy procedure?
If you want to expose the injury so you can get better pictures, yes.
Okay. Showing you now what's been marked as exhibit 23 in this case. Describe for us what we're seeing here, doctor.
This is the left side of her head, and you can see a full thickness laceration of the scalp.
And doctor, I'd like to now show you the next exhibit, which is 24 in this case.
I believe this is a close-up photograph of that same laceration,
Okay.
and you can see there's some abrasion around the margins.
Yep.
Or scraping off of the tissues, that red area.
Given that there's an abrasion alongside this wound, does that tell you anything about what may have caused this, or can you not tell that?
It just tells me there was a blunt trauma injury.
And did you already describe the depth of this?
It goes down to the skull.
And what depth in terms of measurements would you say that is in general?
For an eighth to a quarter of an inch, I guess.
Now, Doctor, the next exhibit we're about to see is exhibit number 5. Can you show us, describe for us, please, what we're seeing in this photo?
We're looking at the back of her head, and she has a large V-shaped laceration of the skull, of the scalp.
And before we move on, Doctor, if I could just direct your attention to her shoulder area and also her upper back area. Do you see some discoloration, some purplish spotting?
Yes.
What do you attribute that to?
Well, that's postmortem morbidity. When the body is lying on its back for a long period of time and the heart is not beating, the blood will settle to the dependent part of the body. And it starts out as a lighter pink, but as time goes by, it becomes a darker reddish purple color. The only areas that will not have the lividity are places where the skin is touching a firm surface, and or if you're wearing tight clothing. So those are strap marks from her bra that leave the white mark because it's pressing the capillaries and they don't fill with blood.
And then, Doctor, in this photo, I think you can see sort of her mid-back area where there doesn't appear to be the same purplish, correct?
Correct.
What would that indicate to you?
That part of her body was lying on a firm surface, so the capillaries don't fill with blood.
Now, Doctor, with respect to the injury to the back of her head, I'd like to show you a closer photo of that, which is coming up as exhibit 26. Describe to the jury what we're seeing here, please.
Oh, well, you can see the laceration. You can see that it goes all the way down to the skull. And it also has slightly abraded areas.
When you say slightly abraded areas, what do you mean?
The skin is scraped away from part of the laceration.
Okay. And then showing you what's been marked as exhibit number 27. This would be the right side of her head, correct?
Correct. And this is again a large contusion, a lump of blood.
And then toward the upper right back side of her head, another area was shaped away, correct?
Correct.
What are we seeing there?
That's a third laceration.
And showing you the next exhibit, which is number 28. Would that be a closer up view of that laceration?
Correct.
And then the next photo, a different view of that same wound. This is exhibit number 29. Why does this photo differ from the last one?
Well, I wanted to show that there is bridging of the tissues, those small little white lines that go from side to side. That represents bridging of the tissues that's seen only in a laceration.
Why is it seen only in a laceration?
Because of the tearing of the tissues. There's not a slice or a cut from a sharp object. It's tearing of the tissues.
Now, Doctor, in addition to observing these blunt force injuries to her head from the outside, did you also conduct an internal examination sort of beneath or behind these head wounds?
Correct, yes.
And what did you observe?
There was an extensive amount of hemorrhage into the underlying tissues when the scalp was brought forward.
What does that tell you? Specifically with respect to her heart at the time these injuries were sustained.
I believe there was enough hemorrhage and bleeding to show that her heart was beating at the time she sustained these injuries.
But still alive?
Yes.
If she had already been deceased and if her heart was not beating, would you expect to see the extent of the hemorrhaging that you saw?
Not to this extent, no.
Could there still be some minimal post-mortem bleeding,
It is possible for postmortem injuries to have a small amount of blood, yes.
but not the degree you saw here?
Correct.
Did you also observe any swelling? Any swelling? In addition to bleeding, did you observe any swelling of any tissues, if you recall?
No.
Okay. Now, Doctor, during the external examination, did you also note some bruising on other areas of Annamarie's body?
Yes.
And before we get into the photos, can you give the jury just sort of an overall description of what you recall about bruising on Annamarie's body?
Well, she had multiple areas of small bruises, multiple little collections on her arms, on her back. There were larger areas of bruising. She had areas of bruising on both front of her thighs and the backs of both legs.
Do you happen to recall how many bruises or groupings of bruises you noted on her body?
I counted about 23 clusters of bruises.
So Doctor, starting first with what's been marked as Exhibit 30 in this case, what are we seeing here?
We're looking at her legs, and you can see some area of bruising on the top of the right leg and also on the top of the left leg.
So starting with her left leg, that would be the one that's on the top side of this photo, correct?
Correct.
And then on her right leg, which is on the bottom of the screen, you noted additional areas of bruising.
Correct.
Showing you the next exhibit, number 31. Am I correct? This would be a different view from the other side of her legs.
Correct.
Okay, what are we seeing here?
Multiple bruises on the front of the leg from the knees down.
I'd like to focus in now on a photo of her left foot, showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 32. What are we seeing here?
We're seeing a portion of the tattoo, and there's a bruising on the top of the foot.
Exhibit number 33 would this be her right elbow?
Okay, and you can see multiple areas again of bruising.
And Exhibit 34, left elbow?
Yes, a larger area of bruising.
And finally, Exhibit 35. Would that be one of her wrists?
Yes, you can see a faint area of bruising on that part of her arm.
Now, based on their appearance, did it appear to you that these bruises were caused during the same general time frame?
All the bruises appear to be recent, yes.
Now, given
Recent,
the number of
not fresh.
injuries to Anne's body, as well as where they were located on her body, do you have an opinion as to whether or not some of them could be consistent with falling down a flight of stairs?
Yes, some of them could be, sure.
Now, with respect to the injuries, both to her head and to her body, is there any way that you, as a forensic pathologist, can say the order in which these injuries were sustained?
No, I can't.
Are you able to say the length of time over which they were inflicted?
No,
Are you able to say whether they were inflicted from a prolonged assault as opposed to a quick assault?
I don't know of any way I could tell that.
Now, as part of the autopsy process in this case, and in most cases for that matter, let's start with generally, is toxicology run
Yes.
during as part of
Absolutely,
autopsy?
absolutely. We take specimens for toxicology.
And is that regardless of whether or not you suspect there may be anything in your system?
Of course,
Okay, to rule things in or rule things out?
absolutely.
Can toxicology shed light on cause of death sometimes?
Yes,
And was toxicology run in this case?
yes,
Am I correct? There were no drugs or alcohol noted in Anne-Marie's system at the time she died?
yes. There were no findings.
Now, doctor, I'd like to show you what's been marked as exhibit number 36 in this case. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
This is a copy of the death certificate.
Okay. And if I could also show that on the presenter, we'll start with the upper section of the report. This may be common knowledge, but just what is a death certificate?
A death certificate is a piece of paper that you need if you're the surviving spouse to do anything legally after death. This proves to banks, lawyers, anybody that this person is dead.
And are you familiar with the terminology vital statistics?
Yes,
What does that mean to you?
they are the people who keep track of all of this, I believe.
So in the upper half of this death certificate for Annamarie Rintala, am I correct that there's some portions of it contain biographical information, correct?
Yes, I don't fill that part out, though. Anything typed was filled by somebody else.
Okay. But based upon your knowledge of death certificates in general, you'd agree they contain information such as the decedent's date of birth, correct?
Yes,
Where they lived at the time,
yes,
the date that they died,
yes,
and family information, spouse, parents, et
yes,
cetera?
yes,
Okay. Even contains information about where the person's body was laid to rest or otherwise disposed of, correct?
yes,
Now, about halfway down, underneath the section disposition, there's a section, there's a little black box there that says certifier, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And now we see some handwritten portions of the death certificate, am I right?
yes,
Who wrote that?
that's what I filled out.
Okay. And under cause of death, you listed something for immediate cause, correct?
Correct.
And you wrote what?
That would be the strangulation.
Now, on the right-hand side, you wrote the word acute under approximate interval, am I right?
Yes,
What do you mean by that?
that there was no delay, that it happened acutely.
The strangulation?
Yes,
Okay. And then further down, you wrote blunt trauma injuries to the head, correct?
yes,
As other significant conditions contributing to death, am I right?
yes.
Scroll down a little more. Now, doctor, I'd like to ask you a couple of questions about the lower half here. You filled in your name and your work address at the time, correct?
Yes,
You wrote in even your medical examiner's license?
correct. But that's actually the license for for the state of
Okay,
Massachusetts.
got it. And in the box noted as date pronounced, the March 29th, 2010, correct?
Yes,
Okay, and at 7:25 PM, correct?
yes,
Now, did you pronounce her deceased on that evening at that time, or did somebody else?
somebody else.
Okay. Thank you very much. Can I have that back? Doctor, I'd like to shift topics now a bit and ask you some questions about time of death. And within the field of forensic pathology, is estimating a person's time of death something that can be done?
Yes,
Are there studies, publications, and research on that topic?
yes,
Are you familiar with those writings?
with some of them, sure.
And can you please just describe to the jury, what is the general approach that you would take if you're trying to determine someone's time of death?
The first thing you do is figure out your window, the last time they were known to be alive, the time they're definitely found dead. So that would be your window. Your time of death is in that window.
And then are there steps you can take to narrow that window or close the gap?
Yes.
And what sort of information or sources would you look to narrow the gap?
Well, the police would do some investigation as far as mail left at the home or things like that.
Mhm.
From my point, what I would do as a forensic pathologist would look at different things in or on the body, the temperature of the body, the development of lividity, or the development of rigor mortis.
And we'll get to those in just a second, but let me ask you this. The farther out or the more time that has passed since someone died, does it become harder to estimate one's time of death?
Yes,
Why is that?
because there's so many variables.
And the opposite question, the closer in time you are to somebody's death, does it become less difficult to estimate their time of death?
Yes,
Given the number of variables you talked about, is it best generally to express time of death as a range?
yes.
Are you able to give a precise time of death or a time range within which someone died?
You should never give a precise time of death using these methods. You're going to just give a range.
Dr. Richmond, in this case in particular, the case of the death of Annamarie Cochrane-Rintala, were you, based upon your training, your
Hi, Lynn.
education, your experience as a forensic pathologist, based upon your familiarity with topics and research on time of death, were you able to form an opinion, your opinion, as to the time frame in which she died?
Well, the time frame?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And I'd like to ask you for that opinion in relation to the time Annamarie was discovered dead on the evening of March 29th, 2010. Is it your understanding that she was discovered deceased around 7:15 p.m.?
Yes.
How long do you estimate that Annamarie Cochrane-Rintala had been dead for by that point?
Based on the information that I received
Yes.
in reports.
And your own examination of the body, yes.
Well, at the scene, they had lividity development plus well-developed rigor mortis.
So based upon the information that you received, what is your opinion as to how long before she was found dead that she had died?
Well, based on well-developed rigor mortis in all the extremities and the coolness of the body and the lividity, I would put her time of death at 6 to 8 hours prior to being found.
6 to 8 hours.
Yes.
Are you able to achieve, or do you have an opinion with any absolute precision or certainty as to what time she died?
No.
Are you able to pinpoint it to a specific time on a clock?
No.
Now, doctor, you've already touched upon this, but I'd like to discuss with you the basis for your opinion. Am I correct that informing your opinion?
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Doctor, am I correct that informing your opinion, you relied upon observations and descriptions of Ann's body by 2 police officers who were on scene?
Yes.
Did you also rely upon observations and descriptions of Ann's body by 2 paramedics who were on scene that night?
Yes.
Did you also have the opportunity to review photographs from the crime scene?
Yes.
Did you also review some information off of Annamarie's cell phone?
Well, I never saw the cell phone, but I saw information about it. Yes.
Okay, but you did also take that into account, am I right?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned that one of the factors you took into account was rigor mortis, am I right?
Yes.
What descriptions of Ann's body did you find most significant? Well, actually, let me just back up for a moment. There's been some discussion of rigor mortis in this case, but I haven't asked you yet what your understanding of rigor mortis is.
Teresa, happy birthday.
Rigor mortis begins after death. When the body dies, it no longer makes what's ATP, which is a chemical in the body, and the muscles become acidic. And when that happens, little myofibrils will complex together, so they become stiff and won't move. This happens in all of the muscles after death, but smaller muscles, you can see it sooner because of the less volume of the smaller muscles. So the first area you would notice rigor mortis is in the jaw. The jaw, you can't be opened. And then it spreads down to the arms, the shoulders, and then the legs.
Now, by the time rigor mortis has reached a person's wrist, elbow, and shoulder, what condition would you expect the jaw to be in?
Oh, definitely. It would be locked in rigor.
And then eventually rigor mortis is seen in the larger muscles in the body as well?
Correct.
And what would you consider some of the larger muscles to be?
The thighs, the legs.
Now, returning back to Annamarie's body in particular, what descriptions of Ann's body did you find most significant in forming your opinion?
There was a time during the investigation where the 2 officers had to turn the body to get the defendant from being under the body. So they were rolling the body, and they noticed that everything was locked in position. It was like rolling a log. There was no give, no flaccidity to the muscles. They were all totally stiff.
And did you also rely upon or review the observations of at least one of the paramedics who was there?
Yes.
And what was it about the paramedic's description of the body that you also found significant?
He also found the upper arm to be quite stiff.
Now, what significance, if any, did you place in descriptions of Ann's arms actually being suspended or not lying on the ground?
Very important, I believe.
Why?
Because when the body was rolled over, it had been found on its stomach and was rolled over onto its back. The arms remained up and in an anti-gravity position. They didn't flop back to the ground. They stayed upright.
Now, is the degree of stiffness or the progression of rigor mortis that Ann was in when her body was found, is that typically seen less than 6 hours after death?
No, I don't believe so.
Now, based upon your training and education and experience, how long does it take for rigor to typically reach its maximum point?
The maximum point would be about 12 hours.
And once rigor has reached its maximum point, give us some sense of how long it may stay there. It may stay in that state.
Typically, it stays for another 12 hours.
And then what happens?
Then it slowly decreases because you're moving into decomposition. So the body would become flaccid again.
Now, you've said already that time of death estimates should be expressed in ranges, correct?
Yes.
And are there variables that can affect the rate at which rigor mortis progresses?
Absolutely.
What are some of those variables?
Very hot weather could bring on rigor sooner. Like in Florida, where I'm living now, rigor can come on much quicker because the temperature is so hot. It comes on quicker and goes away quicker. Cold can make it slow down. It's like a chemical reaction. Anything that will speed up a chemical reaction will speed up rigor, like heat. And anything that would slow down a reaction, like cold, would make it longer to develop.
In addition to the environment around a body being hot, would a higher body temperature also accelerate rigor mortis?
It can, yes.
And conversely, would a lower body temperature tend to slow down rigor mortis?
Yes.
Now, what about the amount or the type of clothing that a person may have on them at the time they die? Could that also have an effect?
I don't think so.
For example, if one person dies wearing a fur coat, the other person dies wearing or dies naked, might that have any effect on you mentioned temperature or
Mhm.
environment being a
Mhm.
factor?
Basis?
Can I rephrase it?
If you can rephrase it.
Yes, doctor, if two people in the same environment died, one wearing a fur coat and one naked, do you have an opinion as to whether that may affect the development of rigor?
The one in the fur coat might be warmer, and then
Okay.
rigor might come on sooner.
So it really has more to do with the temperature of the body?
I would think so, yes.
Okay. Now, what about strenuous physical exertion before death?
It's reported that that can increase rigor mortis.
Why would that increase it?
Because what happens with the physical activity is that you use up your ATP in your muscles. So then there would be less ATP there when you die.
And what intensity or duration of physical exertion are we talking about?
They describe it as severe, extensive physical activity.
Now, two of the descriptions of Anne's body that you relied upon, or among the descriptions you relied upon, came from paramedics, correct?
Yes.
Now, why is it that as a forensic pathologist, you would rely upon or place weight in descriptions by paramedics?
Well, paramedics, experienced paramedics, go to all death scenes, or they're called to the scene when people are unresponsive. And it's their duty to determine if they're going to resuscitate the person or if they're going to pronounce them dead. So they would need to know all of these fine factors.
And based upon your experience as a forensic pathologist, do you understand paramedics to have training or education in rigor?
Overruled.
I would think that would be part of their training, yes.
As part of your work in conducting autopsies and death investigations, would you request and review paramedics' run sheets?
All the time, yes.
And when I say run sheet, what is that?
Well, that's their call about what they did at the scene, being called to the scene, what they did.
And in your experience as a medical examiner, do you also receive and take into account information from police officers?
All the time, yes.
Now, doctor, I'd like to shift away from rigor mortis for a moment and mention body temperature or temperature of the surface of the body. What descriptions, if any, do you recall that were made by the first responders about the feel of Anne's body with respect to temperature?
They said that she felt ice cold.
And as a forensic pathologist, do you put much or any significance in that?
Not a lot of significance, no, because
Not a lot. Why?
well, because the skin is exposed to the air and the temperature would get colder in a cold environment quickly. So it wouldn't be that accurate as far as time. It just tells you that she's been dead for a while because she's ice cold, but I wouldn't be able to give you a time frame.
Is there a general rule of thumb in terms of how many degrees of body temperature a body would lose per hour after death?
Yes, there is.
And what is that?
You lose about, well, actually, your temperature, body temperature can actually rise a little bit right after death. But then you lose about 1 to 2 degrees
Per hour?
per hour.
I believe you said there are, again, many variables that can affect this, correct?
Yes.
The surrounding environment,
Yes, the temperature of the body, absolutely, yes.
what the person may have been wearing.
Yes.
What about the surface upon which somebody is lying after death?
She was lying on a very cold cement floor, so that would cool the body.
And the fact that she was lying on a cool cement floor, could that also slow down rigor mortis?
Yes.
Now, are there other more precise ways within your field that you're aware of to measure core body temperature?
Yes, there are reports in the literature of ways to do that, yes.
And can you give us a few examples, please?
In the literature, they suggest core body temperatures, but in order to get a core body temperature, you have to put a thermometer into the brain or into the liver, or an 8-inch thermometer has to go up the rectum.
In your experience as a medical examiner, have you ever done those things at a crime scene?
I've never done those things, period.
Okay. And would you do those things at a crime scene in particular?
No.
Why?
Well, you would be causing damage to the body, and you haven't done your autopsy yet, so.
And why is not causing damage to the body before an autopsy important to you as a forensic pathologist?
Because you could cause traumatic injuries, and then it would be difficult sometimes to explain that.
Now, with respect to, as compared to the degree of rigor mortis in Anne's body and the prescribed temperature of her body, which did you rely upon more in estimating her time of death?
Rigor mortis.
If all you had in this case was a description of Anne's body being very cold or ice cold, would you feel comfortable rendering an opinion about her time of death?
No.
Now, you mentioned earlier that you also took some additional external information, that you became aware of some external additional information around the circumstances of her death, correct?
Yes.
And I'd like to ask you specifically why it is that external information from investigators, from those on scene, why would you even consider that relevant to what you're doing?
Because I think it is very relevant. It gives you a picture of your window. If you know the last time they did something, the last time they were known to be alive, the last time they spoke with someone, that starts your window, and then you have when they're pronounced dead. So you need that to have your window, and then you determine to the best of your ability the time of death in that window.
Would you consider it relevant if there were changes in a person's pattern of behavior?
It could, yes.
Such as mail still being in the mailbox?
Yes.
In this case, did you have the opportunity to review some cell phone activity on Anne's phone the day she died?
Yes.
And when you reviewed those records, what effect, if any, did it have on your opinion that Anne had died 6 to 8 hours or more before she was found dead?
Sorry, what?
Never said more, she said 6 to 8 hours.
He asked if it could be more.
That's what my notes indicate.
Thank you.
It's really up to the jury to decide what the witnesses said on that point. Go ahead.
Thank you. Doctor, what effect, if any, did that cell phone activity have on your opinion?
Well, it seemed that she had stopped doing what she'd been doing, a lot of texting and calling all morning long. Then all of a sudden it comes to a complete stop.
And do you recall the time? Do you recall 12:21 p.m.?
Yes, you are.
Sustain.
So after you reviewed that cell phone activity, let me ask you this, doctor. Did you place more significance on the cell phone activity than you did on rigor mortis, or more on rigor mortis than cell phone?
I think the rigor mortis was more important for me, but the cell phone activity, lack of activity, certainly gives you a good beginning for your window.
Doctor, if I could return to an exhibit in this case, I believe it's the last exhibit that was up on the screen a few moments ago, which is the death certificate that you completed in this case, and specifically the lower half of the report. If I could please zoom in on so doctor, I'd like to ask you a question about box, I believe it's 37C, approximate time of death, correct?
Yes.
And did you write something in that box?
Yes.
What did you write?
UNK for unknown.
Okay. And when did you complete this report?
The April 2nd, I filled out the death certificate.
Okay. So why did you put unknown in that box on April 2nd, 2010?
Because I always put unknown unless I know an exact time of death.
Okay. And in your experience, how many death certificates have you filled out in your career? You said you've done about 5,000 autopsies.
Yes.
Would you complete a death certificate in all or mostly all of those?
All of them.
Okay. And have you ever put a time range in that box?
the people who trained me taught me how to fill in the death certificate. We've never put in a range on approximate time of death. It was always either unknown or a specific time.
Now, you also wrote an autopsy report in this case, correct?
Yes,
And is there a section in the autopsy report which covers time of death?
I don't think so, no.
And is estimating time of death a standard part in every autopsy that you conduct?
No,
Is time of death relevant in every case that you investigate?
no.
Can I have a moment, Your Honor, please?
You may.
Dr. Richmond, just a few last questions. Are you familiar with, or do you know of, a Dr. Thomas Andrew from the New Hampshire Medical Examiner's Office?
I know his name.
Have you met him?
No, I have not.
Have you ever spoken with him?
No, I have not.
Have you ever spoken with him about this case?
Oh, absolutely not.
Dr. Richmond, thank you very much. That's all the questions that I have for you.
Good morning, Dr.
Good morning.
How are you?
Fine, how are you?
So I just had a couple of questions for you. I think you just said with respect to the cell phone activity that you
Couple questions.
considered for your window, the window of opportunity.
Allie B from
in
Tennessee.
terms of determining time of
Thank you.
death, that you found it significant that the cell phone activity had stopped. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you see crime scene photos where there was a cell phone found in a bed where Annamarie Rintala lived?
No. Not that I'm aware of, no.
Would it have been as significant to you that there was a lack of phone activity if you had learned that Annamarie Rintala worked nights and slept during the day?
I don't think so, no.
It wouldn't have been significant?
Not in this case.
Okay. So did you consider the possibility when you were getting your window that Annamarie Rintala could have been asleep because she had worked the night before? Did you consider that?
No.
Now, in terms of the information that you talked about with the prosecutor, I just have a couple of things that I want to bring up. It's fair to say this particular, you've done thousands of autopsies and responded to thousands of scenes, is that right?
No.
You did not go to the scene?
We do not go to the scene, so.
Okay. So you did go to the scene in this case?
Correct.
Okay. So you didn't see the body as anybody else saw it, or as any of the paramedics or the first responders, the two police officers saw it that night because you didn't go to the scene?
I didn't go to the scene, no.
And do you know from the time that the first responders and the paramedics viewed the body until you got the body in your lab to do, or your hospital to do your autopsy, how much time had passed, do you remember?
She died on the March 29th. It was pronounced out at 7:35, 25, one of those numbers. And then her body got to the morgue the following day about 3 or 4 p.m. But the autopsy was not done until April 1st.
And that's not unusual that it would take a day or two to do an autopsy because there's a lot of other things going on, is that right?
We usually try to do homicides sooner than that, but there seemed to have been a delay.
I'm sorry, say that
There
again?
seemed to have been a delay there.
Okay, do you know what the delay was in terms of why the body couldn't have been brought earlier, to do the autopsy earlier?
Well, I know why it couldn't have been brought to the morgue sooner. They were doing a complete crime scene investigation that took that long.
So you don't necessarily need the body to do a crime scene investigation, right? Get the body out of there, get it to the morgue, get it to you to do an autopsy, and still do a crime scene investigation, right?
I don't think so. That's not the way many of these cases are handled, but I'm not a crime scene investigator person. I don't know exactly what their criteria are.
Okay, so you don't know.
Correct.
Now, in terms of information that you, is it fair to say that you had a conversation on the night of the 29th where Trooper McGarrian asked you your opinion about whether or not a body that was stiff and cold could have gotten in that, in other words, an opinion about how long it would take for that body to get stiff and cold. Do you remember that conversation?
Yes,
And do you remember telling Trooper McGarrian that it was 6 to 9 or 12 hours? Remember what you said to him?
and so he asked me how soon a body could become cold as ice and stiff as a board, and I said 6 to 8 hours
6 hours.
or more.
And I think you told the prosecutor on direct examination that you relied on the information that you received from the paramedics and the 2 police officers that were on scene, the 4 first responders. Is that right?
Yes.
And you didn't speak directly to them, is that right?
No, I did not. No.
Okay.
Well,
And then can I ask you the next question, which is, do you remember having a meeting with Trooper McGarrian, with an assistant district attorney, in May of 2010, where some information was communicated to you about what the first responders, those 2 paramedics and the 2 police officers saw that night?
I have a vague memory of meeting with the DA and Trooper McGarrian. I don't know, it was sometime after the autopsy. I don't know exactly when it was. And I don't remember what we discussed, no.
You don't remember anything about what you discussed?
Well, I imagine we discussed the case, but I don't remember exactly what was said, no.
Did you take any notes?
No.
Okay. And in terms of this meeting in May of 2010, you got your description of what the first responders saw, including the paramedics and the police officers, from Trooper McGarry, is that right?
I'm not sure who gave me that information, if it was the DA or the trooper.
But the DA certainly wasn't at the scene, right?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
So, when you had this conversation in May, let me just get the exact date. I have a moment, Aaron.
Take your time.
Oh, forgot. Sorry. Beach camp.
Dr. Richmond, do you remember testifying previously on March 1st of 2013?
I don't remember the date, but I do remember,
Prior testimony.
correct.
And you said when I asked you about this meeting in May, you didn't know the date. I'm going to ask you this is page 154, lines 12 and 13. Could you read those lines to yourself, the highlighted lines on that page, please, Doctor?
Yes.
Now, does that refresh your memory as to whether or not the date of the meeting we were just talking about was May of 2010?
Well, that's what it says, but I don't remember the meeting.
If you have no doubt,
specifically.
no reason to doubt the transcript, right?
Correct.
And do you recall reviewing reports on that day of May 10th of 2010 from the first responders, paramedics, and the police officers?
No, I don't.
And it was during this time, May of 2010, that you had formed the opinion that the window of death is sometime 6 to 8 hours? Or had you already formed that the night of the incident?
I didn't form it at the night of the incident because I didn't know the information at
Okay,
the time of her death, no. So it would have been sometime later that I was given information.
so after you were given the information about the 4 responders, the 2 paramedics and the 2 police officers,
Correct.
that's when you formed your opinion of the time of death, is that right?
Correct.
And you recall having this meeting in May, right?
Like,
You don't recall the date, but you know what happened.
I know there was a meeting, yes. There may have been several meetings, but I know there was definitely one.
Okay. and you don't remember at this meeting ever getting any reports from any of the paramedics or any of the two police officers upon whose opinion you rely. Is that right?
I don't remember getting reports, no.
Now, is it fair to say in this case that you actually never received the reports of the two paramedics and the two police officers on whose description you relied until February 25th of 2013?
I can't remember when I got the reports.
Just a minute, Your Honor.
Yes, take your time.
Let's start with.
Every time I hear those sirens, I think it's like beach police out there.
Second.
Oh,
This is your testimony of September 19th of 2016. Do you remember being, let me ask you this, refresh your memory. Can you please read line, this is page 51, line 7 through 25. Can you read that to yourself, please, Doctor?
Yes.
Doctor, does that refresh your memory as to whether or not you previously testified that you got these reports a week before you first testified on March 1st of 2013?
That's what I said then, yes.
Okay. And so about a week before you first testified, you actually saw the reports of these 4 individuals, is that right?
Well, that time you're speaking about was in 2013. I retired 2011. In between that time and before I retired, the 9 or 10 months beforehand, I'm sure there were many discussions with the police.
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm sorry.
Move to strike.
Which part?
All of it.
Okay.
Other than that she admitted she got the reports
Everything.
before her first testimony.
Well, I think the objection is untimely. I think that, I don't see a basis for striking her answer. She's trying to explain.
Judge, what have you seen?
oh no. Oh no. Hitting the wrong buttons here. We're going to make it through her and then we're calling it a day.
To the jury, I'm going to sustain this witness's last answer to the last question. And I'm going to strike that answer, so you should disregard it. Attorney DiPiccio.
Thank you, Your Honor. So let me ask you again. You refresh your memory that you never read the reports from the 2 first responders or the 2 police officers who responded that morning until a week before the first time you testified in this case, which would have been, your testimony would have been on March 1st of 2013. Is that right?
I remember saying that I had gotten reports a week before the trial, but
That's it. That's all I want.
Fine.
Now, in terms of
Fine. Fine.
your testimony about relying on the first responders, the 2 paramedics weren't certified death investigators, is that right?
probably not.
So you don't even know if they were certified death investigators?
Well, certified death
No, just
investigators,
answer my question. Do you know, as you sit here today, whether or not the two paramedics were certified death investigators?
I don't know.
And as you sit here today, with respect to your time of death determination, if your testimony that you base that on descriptions from the first responders, and you made that opinion, that 6 to 8 hour window, before you ever saw the reports, because you didn't see the reports till May of 2013, is that right?
No.
It's not right, you didn't see the reports till May of 2013?
Correct, I don't know. I may have seen him sooner.
Well, didn't you just read something and you agreed that you said it was May of 2000, that you didn't look at those reports till a week before you first testified in March 1st of 2013?
In
Well, that's a close-up.
2013, a week before the trial, I received the
Yes, Your
reports also, yes.
Hold on.
She said trial.
What's the objection? It's non-responsive. I mean, she just repeated.
No, Judge, can we see?
Sure.
Can we be seen? She said trial. She said before the last trial. You're not supposed to say trial. You can't say trial and you can't say fresh. Oops. Dang it, I did it again. Oops. I did it again.
Going to be a shorter break, so just about 10 minutes, and then we'll conclude with this witness.
Then we'll conclude with this witness. What is happening?
Which is a different on the Savage room, Judge. We're just gonna go right now.
Your Honor, just for the record, neither ADA school nor myself said a single word to Dr. Richmond during the break.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
I love this button. It's the best thing about trials that
You may.
we're catching up on.
Dr. Richard, before we broke for the morning break, I was asking you some questions about your reliance on the information from the paramedics that responded to the scene, the two paramedics and the two police officers as first responders. Do you know those questions?
I don't remember the question, but I remember you were asking about it, yes.
Okay. And is it fair to say that
He had to say,
when you previously testified on March 1st of 2013, you were asked a question, it's on page 155. At some point, did you actually read them, the reports, or have them read to you? Did you remember your answer being, yes, at some point I read them?
Okay, yes.
Okay. And the next question being, do you know when that was? And the answer being, I think it was last week, meaning a week before March 1st, 2013.
Yes, I remember that.
Okay. And then the next question being, prior to that, you had not seen them to your knowledge. And your answer, to my knowledge, I did not see the actual reports, no. Does that sound right?
Yes,
And then the next question, and you had the information contained in those reports relayed to you from someone else prior to actually seeing them. And your answer was yes. Descriptions of what they saw at the scene, as far as the body were given to me. Do you remember that?
no, but I believe that it's in there.
This line is 13 through 17 on page 155. Can you just read 13 to 17 to yourself, please?
don't say perimeter. We're adding that to our list of things we're not allowed to say right now. Perimeter.
And Dr. Richmond, that refresh your memory as to when you were asked the question back on March 1st of 2013. About you had information contained in those reports relayed to you from someone else prior to actually seeing them. Your answer was yes. Descriptions of what they saw as far as the body were given to me.
Yes,
Okay. And the next question, those descriptions came from Trooper McGarrigan. And your answer, yes. Is that right?
yes.
I don't have anything further.
May I, Your Honor?
You may.
Doctor, when you were eventually given physical paper copies of those reports, was there anything in there different than what you'd already been told?
No.
Thank you.
And then, Brad.
Thank you. We'll step down.
All righty. Trying to see if they go to lunch after this, because this is all for us today. Yeah, I think so. So they go to lunch after this. Dang, how long are they at lunch? Did they come back? Why were they gone so long?
12, up to 2 we've been working consistently on it, looking at those redactions, preparing potential legal arguments, although I don't know what the argument is on the other side yet, to respond, and reviewing the audio to try to find all of those locations. Over the lunch break, I think starting at around 1:05 or so, I know there were some emails sent by defense counsel with some updated redactions. We actually didn't receive those emails since we were not on email until after 2, which are different than some of the other ones. Essentially, our position at this point is this is a murder case. Obviously, it's an incredibly important issue in terms of the defendant's statement and what does come into evidence or what doesn't come into evidence.
Now we're about done.
We're at the 4th trial 13 years later. In all 3 prior trials, the entire interview came in, and I say interview, it's 2 interviews, came in with agreement of defense counsel. Both sides were not asking for reactions of those videos. It wasn't something we anticipated. We've never looked at these issues before. And at this point, we need to be able to compare those in the full context of the interview. And the Commonwealth's in a position where we may make our own decisions if there are going to be reactions. We may not offer all the other parts of that same interview into evidence. It's not something we're able to do given this late hour in this quick stage. So what we're asking for, Your Honor, is time to be able to evaluate that over the weekend, determine our position not only on the redactions the defense has requested, but also if we would be seeking to admit all of the other portions still of the interview or not, and to be able to come prepared on Monday on those issues. I would ask in the meantime if this could be put in writing from the defense. In other words, a written motion could be filed with the list of current redactions that are being requested and the basis for those objections, so that on Monday we can actually have a meaningful hearing. So we know in advance what the argument is for redaction, and I can be prepared to respond to that argument for redaction. So we will be prepared to accomplish the hearing on Monday together. Our hope is if we can do that first thing on Monday, Your Honor would be able to hear the legal arguments, and if you're able to make rulings on Monday morning at some point, we would be able to have our IT professionals make any redactions ordered by Your Honor on Monday afternoon or Monday evening, with the intention of that interview being played on Tuesday. If that's the case, as you know, this was our next piece of evidence with our next witness. We will be able to call other witnesses on Monday, not Robin Whitney, obviously, Detective Lieutenant Whitney. We would be able to fill the day with other witnesses with the intention of putting the interview on Tuesday.
Right. Well, that sounds reasonable.
Yes, Your Honor, we're happy to, I will do that. I will file by, hope, maybe tonight, maybe early tomorrow morning, but very early tomorrow morning. What's it? So maybe not tonight. Early, I'm being told I might do it tomorrow morning. But I'll let them know the specific final redactions and the legal grounds for those redactions in a memo, and I'll file that.
We actually made it through the whole day. I don't know why they were gone for so long.
I think the hope, though, is that we can address this Monday morning, so you won't actually be filing it unless we have electronic filing in this court. We'll be filing it tomorrow, and so I'd like to see this as well. So, I mean, you obviously have, like, it doesn't have to be a lengthy memorandum, but what I'd like to see by the end of today is like a basis, as if we were doing this at a hearing, just to identify in a line or two what the objection is to each of these parts. You obviously have, you know what that is, because you thought this through enough to identify certain portions of the transcript. So again, it doesn't have to be anything lengthy, but I'd like to have that, and I'd like the Commonwealth to have it by the end of of business today.
Absolutely. So just so I know the deadline, 4:30? Or what's the deadline? 4 or 4:30?
I can get to you.
If it's 4, I can do 4. I'm just asking.
I think if you email it to the clerk, she
Yeah.
will make sure that it's emailed to the rest of us.
That's fine. But if I can have it, can I have it till 4:30?
That's fine, yeah.
Yeah,
I
so yes.
wasn't sure if you were asking for longer.
Oh, no, I can get it done by 4:30. That's fine.
Okay, so here's a question I have. Is whether the statement, generally speaking, voluntary, is that a live issue?
We have no intention of I have no intention standing here of challenging the voluntariness of the statement. I'm not trying to be coy. What I was planning to do was identify 6 specific areas for redaction and the basis for the redaction of those 6 specific sections. That's all I was planning to do.
Okay, but as to the statement itself,
I don't think,
voluntariness is not, it's a simple yes or no question. It's not a live issue.
just 1 second, Your Honor. The only thing we would ask is that you instruct the jury to give the standard voluntariness instruction to the jury. You, the jury, have to decide whether or not the statement is voluntary. I can't remember the case, but that's a standard instruction, I think.
Well, if it's a live issue, if it's not a live issue, I don't need to give that instruction. If it's a live issue, then I need to ask you whether a motion to suppress has ever been filed on that ground.
Okay, no, a motion to suppress, I'm being told, has not been filed.
All right, so that means that I have to, and I don't think this has been done in the last 3 trials, but I think I have to make a finding. That doesn't mean you wouldn't get the instruction, but if you're telling me it's a live issue, then I have to make a finding. So that means we have to have a hearing about that.
Then it's a live issue.
All right, so here's my next question. Do I need to watch this? It's a videotaped interview. Do I need to watch it in this courtroom with all of you watching me watch it? Or is it something that you can give me so that I can, over the weekend or this afternoon, watch it, and then I'll hear any arguments you want to make along those lines. And if you need to, we need some additional testimony from Trooper Whitney or what have you, we can do that. But at least I have watched this 3+ hour interview, so we don't have to break once again to do that.
That sounds fine to me, Your Honor. To be clear, my view is you should watch it this weekend, and that we are not asking you to watch the entire video, or 2 videos, I guess, here in the courtroom on Monday morning. My
Okay.
view is, or at all, my view is that would be adequate.
Okay, so I just need the parties to, before you leave today, to give me a copy that you both agree is an accurate copy of this video, right? And I'm watching it without redactions, but again, the purpose is not to deal with those issues, but rather to make a determination as to whether the statement is voluntary.
Yes, my only issue is I'm looking to my associate, Ms. Ramos. I don't currently have the video, and so I don't want to be personally responsible for getting it to you. That's all I'm saying.
But you have a hearing, we're in the process of making copies, an additional copy for defense counsel on the request, we'd be happy to make a copy for the court.
Okay,
Thank you.
Your Honor, just one additional issue, I don't know if this affects the schedule in terms of the jurors appearing on Monday, if we would want them to come in later, or if we should just leave them coming at whatever time they've been asked to come in on Monday.
Let's just have them come in at the normal time.
Understood.
I will have watched the video by then, so I don't know that it will take that long to go through. I've read through the transcript. I don't know if it's going to take that long to go through these proposed redactions.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else?
No,
Your Honor.
I'm on.
Okay.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, please, Ms. Bevan.
All right. So I don't know why they were on break for so long, but that is all right because that means that we actually caught up and we are now back in live time with the Watch the Paint Dry trial. We do have 2 days, which is about 6 hours of the other trial. So we'll fit that in. We'll get it. We'll get there. And don't forget, tonight is night court. 8:45, 7:45 Central. That's a good time. A lot of fun. Everybody enjoy your weekend. Have a great weekend. Come to night court tonight. I am going to take a little nap and then wake up and work some on the podcast. So, but I've been up since 4 a.m. and I desperately need at least a power nap for an hour where I can regain my strength and get back at it with Karen Reed. So I appreciate all y'all hanging out. Thank you so much. Teresa, if you're still in here, happy birthday. Thank y'all for super chats and for spending your time with me. I appreciate it. If you could please, if you haven't already, please hit the like button on your way out. And I will see y'all bright and early. Well, for those of you coming to night court, if I get a chance, I'll pop in there. But otherwise, I will see y'all bright and early Monday morning for jury duty. So, but night court, 8:45, 7:45 Central. And y'all behave this weekend. Don't say fresh. Don't say trial. And don't say, what was the other one? Can't say fresh. Can't say trial. What was the other one? Wasn't there another one? What was it? Perimeter. Don't say perimeter. All right, y'all. Thank you for putting to jury duty. I will see y'all next time.